319. 220. With these socio-economic conditions, in impoverished Gaza the Islamic movement was at its strongest. However, as we shall see below, Yassin's politics continued to evolve and would take on a more radical complexion in the 1980s, especially after the outbreak of the Palestinian Rebellion, contributing to the founding of Hamas, and its military wing, the Izzuddin al-Qassam Brigades. It is not entirely clear whether Yassin's main aim was to try to turn Palestinian activists away from the secular nationalist politics of the PLO, but the refugee camps of Gaza certainly welcomed the Islamic option as an alternative way to challenge both dispossession and poverty and life under Israeli occupation. Resisting the occupation and the First Intifada, the emergence of Hamas. In the 1970s and early 1980s the PLO and the secularist Palestinian resistance movement as a whole enjoyed widespread popularity. Its fortunes began to decline, however, following the Israeli invasion of Lebanon in 1982, when the Palestinian resistance groups were forced to leave their bases in the country. This decline of the PLO in the diaspora provided a fillip to the fortunes of the Muslim Brotherhood inside Palestine and brought to prominence specifically Islamic solutions to the Palestinian problem. The turn to political Islam in the occupied territories was also boosted by the ascendance in Israel of the radical religious right from the late 1970s onwards. After the coming to power in 1977 of the Likud National Religious Coalition, led by Menahem Begin, the right-wing government embarked on a large-scale Jewish settlement effort in the West Bank, in which Gush Emunim played a central role. In the 1980s Israel's attitude towards the activities of the Muslim Brotherhood remained somewhat relaxed. However, although many secular Palestinian nationalists were initially targeted after the revival of the deportation policy by then Defense Minister Yitzhak Rabin in August 1986, from early 1988 Islamic activists also became prominent among the deportees. 3 Israel even continued to categorize the Islamist movement as nonviolent, that is, not engaged in active resistance to occupation. Palestinian religious nationalism 22-1. Even after the eruption of the First Intifada. It was only in May 1989 that Israel began to arrest some of the leadership of Hamas, and by September 1989 Hamas had been declared illegal. During the first 2 decades of occupation the Palestinians in the West Bank and Strip Gaza, after the traumatic 1948 Nakba and dispersion, adopted a strategy of clinging to their land. However, Israeli settlement policies coupled with the intensification of Israeli repression led to the eruption of the Palestinian Popular Rebellion in late 1987. The word Intifada entered international discourse, denoting the Palestinian rebellion aiming to shake off 20 years of brutal occupation. The catalyst was an incident on December 8, 1987, when an Israeli truck plowed into a Palestinian vehicle, killing 4 Palestinians and wounding 9 others inside who were returning from work in Israel. The following day some 4,000 inhabitants of the Jabalia refugee camp in the Gaza Strip, from which most of the killed workers originated, protested at the killings, and youths began to throw stones. Within a short time the whole population of the West Bank and Gaza had erupted in protest against the 20-year occupation. On the 3rd day of the Intifada, December 10, the mayor of Gaza, Rashad al-Shawat, summed up the new mood among the Palestinians in an interview broadcast on Israeli radio. One must expect these things after 20 years of debilitating occupation. People have lost hope. They are frustrated and don't know what to do. They have turned to religious fundamentalism as their last hope. They have given up hoping that Israel will give them their rights. The Arab states are unable to do anything, and they feel that the PLO, which is their representative, has failed. The Israeli response to the First Intifada was similar to previous and swears to Palestinian resistance since 1967, only this time the scale of the repressive measures undertaken by the Israeli army was much greater. To crush the Intifada, the military authorities, under the direction of Defense Minister Rabin, imposed an unprecedented scale of collective sanctions. These included mass arrests and detentions, limb breaking and beatings, opening fire at unarmed protesters, resulting in the death of 1,418 persons up to July 1995 and the wounding of tens of thousands of others, prolonged curfews and house demolitions, as well as administrative. 222. Deportations. Of the 1,418 Palestinians who died as a result of Israeli repression, 260 were under the age of 16. In comparison, during the same period 297 Israelis died as the result of Palestinian attacks against Israelis. 4 Israeli efforts to restore the status quo shocked the international community, and precipitated serious self-doubt among sections of the Israeli public. Moreover, the uprising gained widespread international sympathy for the Palestinians, and condemnation of the brutal Israeli occupation. The day after the killing of the Palestinian workers by an Israeli truck, the leaders of the Muslim Brotherhood met to discuss how the situation could be used to promote wider demonstrations. The meeting was attended by Sheikh Ahmed Yassin, Dr. Abdulaziz Rantizi, Sheikh Salahi Haydeh, Dr. Ibrahim Al-Yazuri, Trs al-Nashshar, Mohammad Shama and Abed al-Fatadukan. During the Second Intifada, Yassin, Rantizi, and Haydeh were all assassinated by Israel. Yassin had already served a period in Israeli jail for ordering the killing of 4 alleged collaborators. Several days later the group issued a statement, which was distributed in Gaza on 12 to 13 December and in the West Bank on 14 to 15 December, calling for resistance to the occupation. This was the first official communique of Hamas, although the group did not adopt that name until January 1988. Within a year, Hamas had issued some 33 leaflets, replete with nationalist religious rhetoric and imagery, in contrast to those distributed by the unified leadership of the uprising, a secular coalition of Fatah, the Palestinian Communist Party, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine and the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine. The Palestinian Intifada provided the perfect opportunity for the founding of Hamas, and in its turn the Islamic movement fueled and galvanized the popular uprising. The interests of the two became closely intertwined. Although it was only after the eruption of the uprising that Hamas began to offer a serious challenge to the dominant nationalist trends of the PLO and Fatah, by the spring of 1993 the West Bank and Gaza Strip were hovering on the brink of an anti-colonial war, with military forms of resistance replacing the uprising's earlier peaceful mass protest, and with the armed struggle being led not by the PLO or Fatah but by Hamas. The Palestinian rebellion provided a new context for political Islam in Palestine, one in which Hamas struggled for the liberation of the West Bank and Gaza Strip and to convince the people of the correctness of its political, social, and educational programs. Initially, during the early days of the Intifada, the military wing of the Brotherhood operated underground and became the strongest Islamic resistance movement in the occupied territories, giving the first true challenge not only to the occupation authorities but also to the mainstream nationalist and left-wing secular factions. By 1992, slogans in Gaza promoted Hamas as the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people, and in July of that year armed Hamas-PLO clashes in Gaza left 3 Palestinians dead. Hamas regarded the PLO leadership, strutting around the world in a lavish style, while people lived in poverty in the camps, with disdain on the regional and pan-Arab levels. Hamas was very careful during the Kuwait crisis of 1990–91 not to alienate any of the countries from which its funds came, especially Kuwait. It combined criticism of Iraq's invasion of Kuwait in 1990 with criticism of the United States, thus ensuring continued political and financial support from Iran. With the PLO's stance in favor of Iraq, the Gulf countries saw Hamas as an alternative to the PLO, with the result that much of the Arab and Muslim financial support for the PLO was transferred to Hamas. The Islamist regime in the Sudan provided some training for Hamas activists, and Saudi Arabian funds, previously channeled to the PLO, now went to Hamas. According to a Birzeit University professor, Hamas needed the financial support of the Arab states to advance its goals, while the Arab states needed Hamas to assist in the weakening of the PLO, which did not always succumb to the dictates of Arab leaders. Apparently substantial funding came not only from Arab states but also from Europe and the United States. Financial support for Hamas also came from Iran, Saudi Arabia, the Gulf states, Sudan, and Algeria. The departure of the Soviet Union from Afghanistan was a great boost to Islamic movements throughout the region. After the success of the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, Burzide scholar and a leading Palestinian expert on Hamas Jihad Abu Amr wrote in 1993, Muslims throughout the world, including in Europe and Palestinian religious nationalism 223. 224. The United States, are now offering support to the Mujahideen of Palestine. Furthermore, internationally the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991 marked the defeat of Marxism, which was a blow to the Palestinian left. The collapse was interpreted by Arab Islamists as being due to its disavowal of the Islamic way of life. Although in Afghanistan the Mujahideen were heavily dependent on American support for equipment, their eventual victory appeared to encourage the idea of the Islamist state and discourage secular nationalism. In the 1990s inside Palestine, Hamas capitalized on the general decline of both the Palestinian left and the secular PLO. The mass deportations of 1992 and the rise of Hamas. By late 1992, 5 years into the Intifada, Hamas had become the strongest resistance movement in the occupied territories. In December 1992, the Izzuddin al-Qassam brigades, the military wing of Hamas, ambushed 4 Israeli military personnel in Gaza and Hebron, and abducted SGT Nassim Toledano, all in the same week. After the body of SGT Toledano, a maintenance man serving his time as a border policeman, who was captured in broad daylight in Lydda, a mixed Arab and Jewish town, was discovered near the Inn of the Good Samaritan on December 15. Troops flooded into Gaza and the West Bank, arrested nearly 2,000 men and selected 413 for deportation, in conformity with plans previously discussed within the Israeli politico-military establishment. On December 16, the Rabin cabinet decided unanimously, with the abstention of the justice minister, to expel the alleged Hamas supporters. No charge was proffered against any of them. Rabin's intentions, it appears, were to bypass the legal process altogether. It was only when civil rights lawyers protested that the matter went to the Israeli Supreme Court. The Rabin government also set a new record for the number of Palestinians served with expulsion orders on a single day, when an unprecedented 413 such orders were issued against the alleged members and leaders of Hamas. The majority of these deportees came from the West Bank and the rest from Gaza. In terms of locality, the largest group came from the city of Gaza and the second largest from the city of Hebron. The deportees, WHO numbered around 250, included about 30 lecturers, mainly from The Islamic universities of Gaza and Hebron, about 20 doctors and 5 engineers. Also among the expellees were imams of mosques, clerks of the religious courts, administrators of the Muslim holy places, as well as employees of educational, health and welfare institutions, schools, kindergartens, clinics, kitchens for the needy, and aid organizations for the disabled, orphans and prisoners * families. 6 Evidently the deportees were overwhelmingly clerics, professionals and intellectuals. Dr. Ron Tizi, by then well known as a Hamas spokesperson in Gaza and one of the deportees, representing the group in South Lebanon, said that 108 of the men were imams, 10 were doctors, 18 were engineers, 18 had university doctorates, 25 were lecturers at the Islamic University in Gaza, and 250 held bachelor degrees. 7 Since 1967 nothing had unified Palestinians more than expulsions and deportations. The Palestinian national struggle is based more on resistance to expulsion and insistence on the right to return than on any other particular ideological doctrine. To Palestinians, who had been traumatized by the mass displacements of 1948 and 1967, the large-scale deportations of 1992 seemed another signal that the threat of transfer from the West Bank and Gaza had not diminished under the new center-left coalition of Prime Minister Rabin. The expelled Palestinians dumped on Lebanese territory in flagrant violation of that country's sovereignty represented a new dimension to Israel's deportation policy and set a precedent in its ongoing demographic battle with the Palestinians, a battle for maximum land and minimum Arabs. While security, a standard Israeli justification for deportations, was invoked, this mini-transfer had more to do with the desire to remove as many Palestinians as possible from the West Bank and Gaza Strip. The mass expulsion was completely out of proportion. About 1,600 Palestinians were rounded up, over 400 of whom were handcuffed, blindfolded and transported to the Lebanese border in the middle of the night and told to walk, while soldiers fired shots over their heads. This was carried out in the middle of a harsh winter, without charge or due process, in retaliation for the killing of 4 Israeli soldiers. The Israeli intention to break the administrative backbone of Hamas most certainly backfired with the expulsions into South Lebanon. In the Palestinian Religious Nationalism 225. 226. Weeks following the deportations, there was an unusual degree of unity among the Palestinians. This unity, however, masked major political divisions and discords over the peace talks with Israel, divisions which were soon exposed and even deepened following the Declaration of Principles signed between Israel and the PLO in September 1993. The portrayal of the 413 deportees, expelled by Israel and unwelcome in Lebanon, praying and studying on the icy hills of Marj al-Zuhur in southern Lebanon was an ongoing international embarrassment to Israel. The incident gained an unprecedented level of respect for the Palestinian Islamists and internationalized the Palestinian crisis considerably. Evidently, the protracted crisis constituted a public relations coup for Hamas and contributed to the dramatic rise in the organization's popularity in the occupied territories and the decline in the popularity of the pro-negotiations PLO campaign. Both the 1992 mass deportations and the subsequent Oslo Accords of 1993 contributed to the emergence of a new and complex political situation in the West Bank and Gaza. Armed resistance against the Israeli settlers was carried out largely by radical and popular Islamic organizations such as Hamas and the Islamic Jihad, while the mainstream pro-negotiations camp in charge of the new Palestinian Authority was now making strenuous efforts to curb this resistance. Opposition to the Oslo Accords and after. On November 15, 1988, in a significant move away from its goal of establishing a Palestinian state throughout historic Palestine, the Palestinian National Council in Algiers declared that the State of Palestine should exist side by side with the State of Israel. Chairman Yasser Arafat, furthermore, confirmed the PLO's recognition of Israel, its renunciation of violence, and its willingness to negotiate a peaceful settlement based on UN resolutions. By January 20, 1993, secret talks were taking place near Oslo between unofficial representatives of Israel and PLO officials. The PLO's fortunes had fallen to the lowest point in its history by the summer of 1993. Largely due to its stand during the Gulf War of 1991, it was experiencing severe financial and administrative difficulties, and was unable to pay the families of the martyrs and even its own supporters. Already suffering from problems of fatigue and Palestinian religious nationalism. ROUT in ISA-TION, its collapse was accelerated by external factors, including THEDEMISE of the Soviet Union and the rout of Iraq in the Gulf War. WHICH had catastrophic consequences for the organization. The PLO's BELATED support for Saddam Hussein led to its supply of money from the GULF states being cut off, and the expulsion of many Palestinians from the GULF. From being a state in the making, it was struggling to keep open its missions around the world. By contrast, Hamas was rising in popularity because of its ideological purity and because of the success of its social work in the occupied territories. The PLO's betrayal of its led GE to suspend negotiations with the Israelis until the deportees had been repatriated, further alienated Hamas and many Palestinians in the occupied territories. For Hamas, the Oslo Accords were a historic act of treason, and it judged the PLO to be too inept and weak to pursue any real resolution of the conflict. Nevertheless, the PLO persisted in its intentions, and despite the massacre of 29 worshipping Muslims at the Ibrahimi shrine in Hebron, and Hamas-inspired suicide attacks in early April 1994, May 4 saw the signing in Cairo of the agreement on the Gaza Strip and the Jericho area by Israeli Prime Minister Rabin and PLO Chairman Arafat. A Palestinian Authority headed by Arafat was formed on May 12 and took over the governing of Jericho city from the Israeli military authorities the following day. The PA held its first meeting in Tunisia on May 26 when it endorsed a political agenda for the interim self-rule period in the Gaza Strip and Jericho. The PA later shifted its headquarters from Tunisia to the Gaza Strip and Jericho. On July 11, 1994, Arafat arrived in Gaza City after decades in exile to settle permanently in the Palestinian territory. Palestinian self-rule, which was later extended to other parts of the West Bank, was derided by Palestinian secular and religious dissidents as catastrophic and a negotiated surrender, reflecting the asymmetry of power of the negotiating parties. Gradually many Palestinians would come to regard Oslo as a process in which Israel was seeking to consolidate its grip on all historic Palestine and completely marginalize the Palestinians. The Oslo process suffered a severe blow after the extrajudicial execution on January 5, 1996 of Yahya Ayyash, also known as the Engineer, one of the instigators of bomb attacks against Israel. The long-awaited Palestinian 228 elections were duly held on January 20 without the participation of Hamas and the other Palestinian rejectionist parties. Arafat won 88% of the vote in the presidential contest, while his party, Fatah, won 50 of the 88 seats on the council. However, the euphoria of the election yielded almost immediately to Hamas-inspired suicide bombings in Jerusalem on February 25 and elsewhere. Israel imposed draconian collective punishment on the occupied territories, this time supported by the Palestinian police. Israeli Prime Minister Shimon Peres threatened Arafat that Israeli troops would invade the PAS areas if Hamas were not dealt with, and the PAS policemen opened fire on Hamas support ERS in Gaza on November 18, killing 13. Although it considered the Palestinian Authority to be behaving like a policeman for Israel, Hamas, at the height of the Oslo process, had no appetite for being embroiled in a civil war. Its leadership simply appeared to be waiting for the PA to self-destruct. Hamas's pro-resistance and anti-negotiation stand, furthermore, was benefiting from the fact that after the Oslo Accords were signed, the Rabin government did its utmost to preserve and even strengthen all the Jewish settlements in the occupied territories. Furthermore, the internal closure of both Gaza and the towns and villages of the West Bank confirmed the perception of many Palestinians that the Oslo Accord prefigured merely a Zionist corralling of the natives into South African-style Bantustans. The security of Jewish settlers became central to the Israel-PLO negotiations. The Rabin government allocated $330 million for the completion of bypass roads connecting Jewish settlements to each other and to Israel proper. This ambitious project, with its huge budgetary allocation, together with the construction of settlements and infrastructure in and around Jerusalem, is expected to annex more than 35% of the West Bank to Israel. Israeli journalist Haim Baram, reporting from West Jerusalem in Middle East International of June 23, 1995, wrote, "The first year after Oslo was euphoric, but then the ugly reality began to emerge. It has become absolutely clear that the Rabin government has no intention of dismantling the settlements. The process of releasing Palestinian political prisoners is agonizingly slow and certainly behind schedule. Israel plans to annex a great amount of land around Jerusalem and to create Palestinian religious nationalism." 229. Irreversible facts which amount to actually taking over at least 35% of the occupied West Bank. The repression in the occupied territories continues unabated, including the official and semi-official use of torture and the fascist-style operation of the death squads. This was the case before Oslo, but the illusion that a new era has dawned has been dashed asterisk. The triumph of pragmatism. Hamas, ceasefire, and electoral triumph. Hamas was the first Palestinian group to use suicide bombers in the 1990s as a tactic of resisting the occupation. But Palestinian suicide bombing, as a product of brutal Israeli occupation, was always a policy of desperation. Furthermore, Hamas only embarked on suicide bombing campaigns as a response to extreme provocations by Israelis, such as the Hebron massacre of 1993. As an Israeli political scientist observed, Hamas only resorted to this atrocious type of terrorism after 1994, when Barak Goldstein, an Israeli physician and Army Reserve captain, massacred 29 Palestinians in the Hebron Shrine. 9 According to Israeli sources, between October 2000 and April 2006 Hamas carried out 51 suicide attacks, killing 272 Israelis. Islamic Jihad and the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade carried out 34 each, killing 98 and 80 Israelis respectively. During the same time almost 5,000 people, the vast majority of them Palestinians, were killed by the Israeli army. 10 However, many Palestinians believed that the tactic of suicide bombing was counterproductive and was damaging their cause. In June 2003, after nearly 3 years of Al-Aqsa Intifada that had cost the Palestinians more dearly than ordinary Israelis, Hamas called for a ceasefire and even agreed to suspend suicide attacks inside Israel. Hamas founder Sheikh Yassin told Reuters, "Hamas has studied all the developments and has reached a decision to call a truce, or a suspension of fighting activities." He added that the ceasefire carried conditions and a time limit. 11 Apparently the ceasefire was agreed between Marwan Barghouti, a jailed Fatah leader, and the heads of Hamas and Islamic Jihad in Damascus, Khalid Mash'al and Dr. Ramadan Shaila respectively. Throughout 2004, Hamas persisted in its support for the temporary truce, despite continuing Israeli army raids on Gaza, and in 2005 it declared a unilateral ceasefire. This pragmatic approach to armed struggle contributed to Hamas's electoral victory in January 2006. Its spectacular triumph in the parliamentary elections was partly a protest at Fatah ineffectualness in negotiations and internal corruption. The victory was a result of a number of factors. First, the Islamic movement's anti-corruption and reformist agenda. Supporters of Hamas regarded the Fatah leadership with disdain, believing they were strutting around the world in a lavish style, while many people lived in poverty and in appalling conditions in refugee camps. Second, the failure of Fatah to liberate Palestine. Hamas considered the Oslo process to be an acquiescence to Israeli and American diktats, never an adequate solution, for Hamas. The Fatah leadership has sold the struggle, sold the blood and sold the rights of the Palestinian people. Third, the vote for Hamas was also about the power to say no to the orchestrator of the Oslo process, the USA, a staunch ally of the occupying power, and its political process which had led to Palestinian imprisonment. It was an expression of non-cooperation and nonviolent resistance to American-led schemes in the Middle East. 12 The free and fair democratic elections in Palestine also created a major problem for American imperial calculations, exploding its propagandistic claims to be pushing for democracy across the region. Yet Hamas in power is likely to be different from Hamas in opposition. After its election it chose to tone down its militant rhetoric. Its ascent to political power led its leaders to modify some positions. It was not entirely clear whether Hamas's rejection of suicide bombing inside Israel was tactical. But, as Khalid Hurub, director of the Cambridge Arab Media Project and a leading Palestinian expert on Hamas, argues, Hamas has always had a moderate wing. It has always had the potential to make the transition to a purely political organization, and among members of Hamas suicide bombing was always controversial. If one looks at the conduct of Hamas in 1996, there was huge controversy even in the ranks of Hamas over its bombing campaign. The concept of the two-state solution is now the cornerstone of their thinking. I doubt we will see the old Hamas again. 13. This shift in Hamas's strategy was evident in the run-up to the Palestinian election of January 2006, when the movement, although still committed to armed struggle, dropped its call for the destruction of Israel from its 230. Palestinian religious nationalism. Election manifesto, a move that brought the Islamist movement closer to the mainstream Palestinian position of building a state within the boundaries of the occupied territories. 14 Hamas, which was now leading the Palestinian Authority, was under pressure to seek approval from the international community. In April 2006, Yahya Musa, a Hamas member of the Palestinian Legislative Council, stated that Hamas had moved into a new era which did not require suicide attacks. The suicide bombings happened in an exceptional period and they have now stopped, he said. They came to an end as a change of belief. Ghazi Hamid, the spokesman for the government, said in future any military action would be restricted to the Palestinian territories occupied by Israel. Nevertheless, in early April 2006 the European Union announced it was stopping direct funding of the PA, while the United States halted aid projects. Hamas needs outside funding of $150 million each month to pay Palestinian Authority wages, and the Palestinian economy was on the verge of collapse. Evolving attitudes, from historic Palestine as an Islamic waqf the two-state solution. Hamas's ultimate goal is to establish a sovereign Islamic state in historic Palestine with Jerusalem as its capital. For decades Palestinian nationalism was predominantly secular. The anti-colonial PLO National Covenant advocated secular territorial nationalism which would accommodate pre-1948 Jews in a secular democratic Palestine. 16 Hamas's Charter of August 1988, which expressed its objectives in 36 articles, was the embodiment of the new Palestinian religious nationalism. In the charter we find that Hamas's aim is an Islamic state, allowing the followers of other religions to exist, but only under the shadow of Islam. Hamas's program was not only to establish a Palestinian state and remove the Israeli settlers from the occupied territories, but also to establish an Islamic state in all of historic Palestine. Let every hand be cut off that signs a relinquishment of a grain of the soil of Palestine to the enemies of Allah who have usurped the blessed soil. 17 On the introductory page of the charter we find, Israel. 231. 23 will be established and will stay established until Islam nullifies it as it nullified what was before it. Later we are told there is no solution to the Palestinian question except by jihad, and when an enemy occupies some of the Muslim lands, jihad becomes obligatory for every Muslim. In the struggle against the Jewish occupation of Palestine, the banner of jihad must be raised. Hamas was strongly opposed to the PLO Algiers Declaration of 1988 and its central concept of a two-state solution, regarding it as a betrayal of its principles and covenant. Hamas's criticism of the PLO and its vision of a secular Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza intensified after 1988. Furthermore, by 199 slogans in Gaza promoted Hamas as the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people *, and in July of that year armed clashes occurred in Gaza, leaving 3 dead. Since the mid-1990s, however, major developments in the thinking of Hamas have taken place, with the Islamist movement placing greater emphasis on UN resolutions on Palestine and on international legitimacy, as well as on the idea of a long-term historic truce between Palestine and Israel. In late March 2005 Hamas, and its junior partner Islamic Jihad, decided in principle to join the PLO. Hamas felt it was strong enough and confident enough to join the PLO not as a spoiler or an onerous newcomer, as the movement was once portrayed by PLO factions, but as a welcome and full partner, even a potential savior. 1 Hamas's vanguard role in the Palestinian Intifada against Israeli occupation and its electoral gains in Gaza and the West Bank more than qualified the movement to join the PLO, an organization that has been dominated since the late 1960s by Fatah. 14 Hamas's current attitudes, therefore, should not only be measured against the rhetoric of its 1988 charter, but also be understood to have undergone significant and radical changes. While the charter insisted on Muslim rights to, and sovereignty over, all historic Palestine, By early 2006 Hamas had become deeply wedded to the concept of the two-state solution it had fiercely denounced in the late 1980s. Indeed, the idea of a Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza has become the cornerstone of Hamas's political thinking. 20 Hamas's charter views Islamic Palestine in fairly traditional Islamic terms. Jerusalem has the first of the two Qiblas, is the third of the holy Islamic sanctuaries, was the point of departure for the Prophet Muhammad's midnight journey to the seventh heaven. However, the an innovative idea introduced by Hamas centered on the notion that the of Palestine as a whole was consecrated and endowed as waqf in perpeti for all generations of Muslims, and that therefore no part of it should be relinquished. This idea is enshrined in Hamas's charter. Article 11 reads: The Islamic resistance movement believes that the land of Palestine is an Islamic waqf entrusted to the Muslim generations until Judgment Day. No one may renounce all or even part of it. Neither Arab state nor all Arab states combined, neither king or president nor all the kings and presidents, and neither organization nor all organizations, be they Palestinian or Arab, have the right to do that, because Palestine is an Islamic waqf that has been entrusted to generations of Muslims until the Day of Judgment. Who, after all, has the right to act on behalf of Muslim generations until the Day of Judgment. This is its status in Islamic Sharia, and the same goes for all the land were conquered by Muslims, where Muslims made the conquered lands a trust to all generations of Muslims until the Day of Judgment. And it was so when the commanders of the Islamic armies, after conquering Iraq and al-Sham, sent to the Muslim Caliph, they decided that the land should remain in the hands of the owners to benefit from its fruit. As for the real ownership of the land and the land itself, it should be endowed as a waqf for all Muslim generations until the day of resurrection. Those who are on the land have the right to land's benefit only. This waqf remains as long as earth and heaven last. Any action taken in contradiction to Islamic Sharia with respect to Palestine is unacceptable action to be rescinded by its claimants. On the face of it, the rhetoric of Hamas's charter, which insists on Muslim rights to, and sovereignty over, all historic Palestine, leaves no room for a political settlement with Israel. There is no point in pursuing peace with Israel, since Hamas works towards raising the banner of Allah on every inch of Palestine. As far as the ideology of the Islamic resistance movement is concerned, giving 34 up any part of Palestine is like giving up part of its religion. However, Hamas's theological innovations, namely the insistence on all historic Palestine as an Islamic waqf, can be understood not in the historical or traditional terms of the Islamic institution of religious endowment, but rather against the background of the modern Palestine-Israel conflict, and especially against the background of the 1948 Palestinian Nakba, including the expulsion of the Palestinians and the destruction of much of Palestinian society in 1948, in order to make way for Israel. Palestinians of all shades of opinion consider the Nakba as a heinous Zionist crime. In the post-Nakba period, the Israeli state, under the law of absentee property, seized Palestinian property, including virtually all the property of the Muslim waqf, a major property owner in historic Palestine. Historically, the waqf land in Palestine was substantial, with one estimate suggesting that waqf property amounted to 1/10 of all land in Mandatory Palestine, as well as 70% of all shops in some Arab cities. It is no wonder, therefore, that the Islamic movement in Israel has led in recent years a widely publicized civil rights campaign of direct action to recover confiscated Muslim waqf property in Israel. This has included mass rallies and regular marches to the lands of Palestinian villages destroyed in 1948, as well the recovery of mosques and cemeteries in these villages. The activities of the Islamic movement in Israel are carried out through the Al-Aqsa Association *, an NGO which campaigns for the release by the Israeli authorities of mosques and cemeteries existing in abandoned villages and the preservation and restoration of these waqf/properties. Hamas has emphasized the universality and unity of the Islamic nation, and in its covenant requests open borders for the mujahideen of the Arab and Islamic countries so that they can take their role and join their efforts with their Muslim brothers of Palestine. However, it insists on not interfering with the affairs of any Arab state, and points to the bad experience of such PLO interference. For their part, Arab countries are strongly supportive of Hamas. Sudan provides training for activists. Algeria's Islamists are the role model for Hamas, and Saudi Arabian funds, previously channeled to the PLO, now go to Hamas. Hamas needs the Palestinian religious nationalism a 35 support of the Arab states to advance its goals, and the Arab states need Hamas to assist in the weakening of the PLO. The religio-political discourse of Hamas contains the biblical paradigm and its legends. Historically, Islam regarded Judaism as containing some of the most important components of the religious tradition to which it itself belonged. Islam and Judaism were perceived as belonging to the same tradition of prophecy and of divine revelation. Although critical of the human tampering with the biblical text, the Quran affirms that the Torah revelation from God and that the prophets of Judaism are prophets of God. Furthermore, in Arabic, Palestine had preserved the name of the Holy Land, and the annual celebration of the Nabi Musa festival by Palestinian Muslims even contributed to the strengthening of the bond between the various parts of Palestine. But Hamas also speaks of Palestine as the Promised Land, in Arabic al-Watan al-Mawudi or Ard al-Mbad, a biblical expression that has little basis in the Muslim tradition and is evidently derives from the religio-political vocabulary of Zionism. Although a Muslim version of the biblical narrative is found in the Quran, which depicts the sacrifice enjoined by God on Ibrahim as involving Ishmael, the forefather of the Arabs, and not Isaac, but that sacrifice tradition links Ibrahim to holy sites in Hijaz and is enshrined in the Hajj tradition to Mecca. The traditional Islamic narrative has also been outlined by medieval Muslim commentators such as al-Tabari, al-Kisai, and al-Thalabi. On the face of it, Hamas's promised land rhetoric appears to be aiming at expropriating and subverting the Zionist rhetoric. The discourse of Hamas, to use Foucauldian terms, is part of a world of discourse divided between dominant and accepted discourse and excluded and dominated discourse. Point 23. In essence, however, the biblicist rhetoric Hamas fails to counter is Zionist biblical mythology. In fact, it can only reinforce biblically based fundamentalist ideologies of Jews and Protestant evangelicals who, in their various shades, are fixated on the paradigm of promised land chosen. 236. People and advocate exclusive Israeli sovereignty over the whole land of Israel couched in ideologically absolute and uncompromising perspectives. Of course, the relations between the dominant religious power and the marginalist and occupied religious communities is a significant factor, and there is a basic difference between mainstream Israeli Jewish and fundamentalist attitudes and Muslim attitudes towards the question of the shrines in Jerusalem. Palestinian Muslims in occupied East Jerusalem are on the defensive, struggling against creeping Judaization of the Old City and seeking to preserve the religious and prayer status quo on Al-Haram al-Sharif, while Jewish and Christian fundamentalists are on the offensive, running joint and well-funded campaigns in both Israel and the USA in favor of changing the status quo of the Muslim holy sites and the building of the Jewish temple on the Al-Haram al-Sharif. As an Islamist movement, Hamas takes the Quran as its constitution. It bases its ideology firmly on the Quran and on the belief that Muslim lands should not come under the sovereignty of non-Muslims. According to Hamas, Islam must exercise political and religious sovereignty where it is dominant. For centuries Islam claimed dominance in social, political, and religious arrangements in Palestine through the Ottoman Millet system. This system was closely linked to the famously tolerant Islamic rules on the treatment of non-Muslim minorities, including Jews and Christians, who were considered dhimmi, or members of protected minorities. These religious communities were autonomous, allowed to rule themselves with little interference from the Ottoman government. The millet had a great deal of power, communities set their own laws and collected and distributed their own taxes. All that was required was loyalty to the Ottoman Sultan. At the time, the millet system was far more liberal than any contemporary European arrangement for dealing with religious minority groups. However, by the democratic standards of the 21st century, a political system based on the milieu with its dhimmi status, would be rightly viewed by Christian Arabs, the minority community in every Middle Eastern country, as a system of political exclusion and social degradation. Palestinian Christians, who are fully integrated within the Palestinian people as Palestinian religious nationalism a whole, are particularly sensitive to issues of discrimination and their possible second-class status. The late Sheikh Yassin, a religiously tolerant man, stated in an interview on May 27, 2000 that Christians will have complete freedom in our state, even more than they have now. While Muslims rightly point to the record of greater tolerance towards Christians and Jews when Islam ruled Palestine, many Palestinian Christians nonetheless wonder about their future status in a potentially revived dhimmi arrangement under Hamas. Hamas's leaders have always argued that Zionism and the Jewish state are based on discrimination against and ethnic cleansing of an entire ethnic group, non-Jewish Palestinians. Yet Hamas's aim is to establish ultimately a Muslim Palestine, in which Jews and Christians would be tolerated minorities. Thus Hamas needs to give a morally consistent and politically coherent answer to the fundamental question facing Palestinians, an answer that can also gain the respect of world public opinion, that there should be full equality under the law for all those who live in historic Palestine regardless of ethnicity or religious persuasion. Point 24 The Hamas Charter speaks of the Islamic resistance movement, a humanistic movement. It takes care of human rights and is guided by Islamic tolerance when dealing with the followers of other religions. Under the wing of Islam, it is possible for the followers of the three religions, Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, to coexist in peace and quiet with each other. Peace and quiet would not be possible except under the wing of Islam. Past and present history are the best witness to that. Hamas's current political tactics flow from the strategy of achieving Islamic sovereignty in Palestine. But Hamas's strategy is unlikely to lead to the abolition of an exclusionist Jewish state because, in order to achieve that goal, Hamas would have to embrace the concept of a state for all its citizens in Palestine, Israel, with full equality for all citizens not provided for by the sovereignty of Islam. Ultimately, Hamas might end up embracing a Zionist-framed definition of its goal, a Muslim state in the West Bank and Gaza, in other words a Bantustan Palestinian statelet in 22% of Palestine, next to, broken into disconnected pieces by, and under the dominance of a Jewish state from which 80% of the non-Jews had. Asterisk 37. 238. Been driven out. Asterisk dispossessed of all their property, never allowed to return and never compensated for their property, and in which the remainder of non-Jews are denied the rights of first-class citizenship. However, Hamas cannot uphold the principle of full and genuine equality when another key part of its charter says that it is the duty of the followers of other religions to stop disputing the sovereignty of Islam in this region, because the day these followers should take over there will be nothing but carnage, displacement, and terror. Hamas leaders are averse to embracing the secular democratic principle of complete equality in Palestine-Israel in the same way that the Zionist leaders of Israel are averse to upholding full equality for non-Jews. Point 26 In failing to uphold the principle of equality, Hamas would ultimately also fail to challenge the discriminatory nature of the Zionist enterprise on moral and political grounds. Point 27 In power, Hamas would be under pressure to pursue more realistic goals, especially towards the right of Palestinian refugees to return to their home and land. But any realistic approach should not deflect from the realities of Israeli apartheid and the need for a strategy of challenging and exposing Israeli apartheid policies. In order to win the struggle against apartheid regimes like the Israeli Jewish state, there is a need to embrace the ideas of equality of citizenship, equality regardless of ethnicity or religious persuasion, and solidarity across the national divide. Point 28 A new Palestinian regime dominated by Hamas will attempt to take over the key politically secular and socially liberal institutions of Palestinian Authority and set the political, social, cultural, and educational agenda of the Palestinians. living under Israeli military occupation. Clearly a more socially conservative agenda is on the cards in Palestine. Among Palestinians, Hamas is widely recognized as a pragmatic organization. Shortly after the elections, a senior lecturer at Birzeit University sent me the following email. Aside from pondering the national ramifications of this victory, every Palestinian now is thinking of his/her sphere and how that will be affected. So obviously we think of Birzeit, and whatever other organizations we are involved in. I think they will not have the bulldozer approach of Islamization. Rather, it will be a slow process, and we have to be vigilant. The old complacency regarding this threat is over, yet we should not be alarmists. Point 26. Palestinian religious nationalism. A 39. The questions now are, first, whether Hamas will adopt a more radical approach to Islamization, and, second, the extent to which a Hamas-dominant regime will use the PA machinery to re-Islamize Palestinian society from above. Shortly after news of its election victory, jokes began to circulate in Palestine in Arabic on mobile phones as SMS messages, mocking Hamas's socially conservative agenda but also reflecting some anxiety about its real or imagined Islamization program. Point 30. Hamas in power is clearly wedded to the concept of the two-state solution. Its national religious rhetoric has little to offer beyond grandiloquence and the anesthetizing rhetoric of a religious solution for a national secular situation. Those outside Palestine, particularly in the refugee camps, have a strong sense of having been abandoned by the Palestinian leadership. For an agreed future, religion in Palestine, Israel has to be separated from the state, and the national goals of both peoples, Palestinians and Israelis, must become inclusive. While the biblical discourse of promised land and of the displacement by one people of the indigenous population is particularly objectionable, the only obvious alternative is to envisage the creation of a democratic framework which respects the right of equal citizenship of all inhabitants of Palestine, Israel, irrespective of religious affiliation. 7. Is the Hebrew Bible historical? The invention of tradition and the challenge of archaeology for biblical scholarship and nationalist historiography. Biblical archaeology, with its biblical paradigm of promised land, chosen people, has always had a tendency to privilege the narrative associated with Israelis, Zionist settlers, or Jewish nationalists over those of the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine. Virtually all biblical archaeologists were Western Christians or Jews with a strong commitment to the truth of the Bible, interpreting their finds in light of the scriptures. No wonder, then, that archaeological findings confirmed the Bible when researchers used the Old Testament to identify, date, and interpret the significance of the towns, buildings, pottery, and other artifacts they unearthed. This complete disregard for the historical, demographic, and political realities of historic Palestine was at the heart of a colonial tradition, the Western discipline of biblical archaeology, a tradition which from its beginning in the 19th century was established to validate Western roots in the Holy Land and authenticate the historicity of the Hebrew Bible. Driven by an invented tradition and the need to establish the veracity of the Old Testament, the Hebrew archaeology of the Yishuv in Palestine, which was sponsored by the British colonial power. Is the Hebrew Bible historical? 24:1. Was passionately Jewish nationalist. But while the attitudes of British archaeologists towards the Middle East began to change in the post-colonial period, Zionists and Israelis, by contrast, chose to maintain the colonial tradition of the West. The ideologically driven character of this discipline became even more pronounced after the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948, when biblical archaeology became an obsession, firmly institutionalist as a cornerstone of Israel's civic religion, testifying to exclusive Zionist claims to the land of Palestine. The discipline of biblical archaeology has since been employed by Israeli academic institutions and the state to create a socially meaningful understanding of the past. Its findings have been deployed by the state politically and educationally and have been presented to the Israeli public to foster Jewish nationalism and state building and to legitimize the dispossession of the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine. Fundamentalist readings of the Hebrew Bible are widely held among conservative evangelicals. The same evangelicals often disguise themselves as mainstream scholars. For them the Hebrew scriptures are divine revelation and accurate history, conveyed directly from God to a wide variety of Israelite sages, prophets, and priests. However, the historicity of the biblical patriarchs is also important for most mainstream churchmen, who feel that unless these figures actually existed, their own religious faith would be somehow erroneous. Scholarly findings in archaeology, textual analysis, history, and newly translated ancient documents all point to a historical reality in ancient Palestine which is difficult for many traditional and fundamentalist believers to reconcile with a faith that depends on holy scriptures, divine promises, prophecies, and revelations perceived as historical facts. 1 Many Christian and Jews, in particular, are still wedded to the notion that the 5 books of Moses were set down by Moses himself just before his death on Mount Nebo, that the books of Joshua, Judges, and Samuel are regarded as sacred and recorded by prophet Samuel, that King David was the author of the Psalms, and King Solomon the source of Proverbs and the Song of Solomon. As we have seen in Chapter 1, for secular political Zionism the biblical narrative and ideology essentially functioned as the objective historical account of the Jewish title to the land, a claim not borne out by archaeological findings. However, this confidence that the Bible is a reliable witness to the historicity of the events it describes has collapsed over the last quarter of a century. The new archaeology of the Holy Land raises the following questions. What if the Old Testament is largely fictional? What if Moses did not lead the Israelite tribes from Egypt to Canaan? What if the fabled walls of Jericho never fell before Joshua's armies? For Christian biblicists there are deep concerns about any questioning the veracity of these claims and about the findings of the new archaeology which challenges both biblical literalist and fundamentalist readings of the Hebrew Bible. 2 In Israel, furthermore, any attempt to question the historicity and reliability of the biblical descriptions is perceived as an attempt to undermine Jewish nationalism, the construction of Israeli identity in primordialist terms and, more crucially, the Jewish historic right to the land, and as shattering the myth of the State of Israel as continuing and renewing the ancient kingdom of Israel. The new critical biblical scholarship and archaeology of ancient Palestine that has emerged in both Israel and the West presents a major challenge to the historicity of the Hebrew Bible and to both biblical scholarship and Israeli nationalist historiography. This critical archaeology, which suggests a reconstruction of the ancient past very different from that implied in the biblical narratives, did not emerge in a vacuum. Already in the late 1960s and early 1970s attempts began to separate history from legend, and the archaeology of ancient Palestine from biblical and theological studies. Concentrating on Palestine's ancient history itself, rather than solely on its biblical associations, a critical trend of archaeologists and biblical scholars began to treat historical evidence and archaeological discoveries in the Holy Land as they would those anywhere else. They used settlement patterns, anthropological models, artifacts, architecture, animal bones, seeds, soil samples and other modern methods to produce a description based on scientific evidence. For Israelis the archaeological revolution raises fundamental emotive and ideological issues, partly because this critical scholarship is now being espoused by some leading archaeologists who are themselves living in Israel and teaching at Israeli universities and by Israeli Jewish biblical scholars. Free from Zionist biases and the previous legendary conceptions Western and Israeli biblical archaeology, they were able to look at the reality of ancient Palestine in a completely different way, thus contributing to the demolition of the Eurocentric concentration on the evidence of the Bible and making this new scholarship one of the most important developments of recent years. Paradoxically, the Israeli conquest of the West Bank in the 1967 war and its aftermath contributed to the rise of two contradictory currents in Israel, on the one hand, the Messianic fundamentalist current of Greater Israel and, on the other, the new archaeology. In the aftermath of the 1967 territorial conquests, Israeli archaeologists began to explore and analyze the hill country of the southern part of the West Bank, looking for settlement patterns, evidence of lifestyles, and changes in demography and the environment. These surveys revolutionized the study of ancient Palestine. Indeed, since the late 1960s, archaeological discoveries have revolutionized the study of early Israel and have cast serious doubt on the historical basis of such famous biblical stories as the wanderings of the patriarchs, the exodus from Egypt and conquest of Canaan, and the glorious empire of David and Solomon. For centuries Jews, Christians, and Muslims believed in the historicity of Abraham and the other biblical patriarchs. In 1974, however, Thomas L. Thompson, now Professor of the Old Testament at the University of Copenhagen, was among the first to question the historicity of the patriarchal narrative. A year later, Canadian scholar John Van Seters, in Abraham in History and Tradition, not only questioned the historical validity of the patriarchal narrative but also showed that these biblical stories could only have been written in the 6th century BC or even later. Before and since the mid-1970s, the situation created by the mountains of findings excavated from biblical sites paradoxically began to undermine the historical credibility of the Bible descriptions instead of reinforcing them. Also, importantly, no evidence has been unearthed that can sustain the patriarchal period, dated between 2200 and 1900 BC or its chronology. But, broadly speaking, the collapse of the historicity of the events described in the Hebrew Bible, Iron Age I*44 over the last 3 decades, has been the result of 3 interrelated factors: archaeological evidence, textual and literary criticism, and, broadly speaking, a post-colonial critique of biblical studies. In The Bible Came from Arabia, Kamal Salebi presents a highly ingenious scholarly thesis that challenges Western biblical scholarship by putting forward the theory that the actual lands of the Bible were in southwestern Arabia and that the legend of the Jordan River crossing by Joshua was in fact more to do with a wadi in the escarpment of Hijaz. Salebi's startling discoveries rest mainly on a linguistic analysis of biblical place names, which, according to him, have been consistently mistranslated by biblical scholars. Salebi's work is an exhaustive study of biblical place names, which he located in an area bordering the Red Sea north of Yemen, in Asir. The destruction of Judah by the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar in 586 BC finally put an end to the Israelites as a political entity in southwest Arabia. In the subsequent migration of the Israelites in large numbers to ancient Palestine, they took with them about 30 cherished place names, not the hundreds that biblical archaeologists and scholars claim to have identified in modern Palestine Israel. There is no archaeological evidence to support Salebi's thesis, which places Moses and the Old Testament prophets on the map of Arabia, and no excavations are likely to be allowed by the Wahhabi Saudi regime in the near future. Whatever the merits of Salebi's place names thesis, it is beyond the scope of this chapter, which focuses on the post-I-96 OS archaeology of the Holy Land. The latter, however, shares at least one central argument with Salebi's thesis: modern archaeology in Egypt and Palestine has failed to produce evidence to support the biblical stories of the Israelites' captivity in Egypt or to trace their exodus through Sinai. It ain't necessarily so. The challenge of new archaeology, literary criticism, and post-colonial studies. In 1986, the journalist and broadcaster John McCarthy was taken hostage, together with several other Westerners, by Islamic fundamentalists in Beirut. Apparently the Bible was the only book his Islamist prison guards would allow them. During his long and painful ordeal, which lasted until Is the Hebrew Bible historical? 45. August 1991, McCarthy read the Bible twice. He became fascinated by the biblical epics. Following his release, he stumbled across the works of a group of Israeli archaeologists from Tel Aviv University. The outcome was a British television documentary series entitled, It Ain't Necessarily So, presented by McCarthy. The series shows McCarthy going to the Holy Land to examine the validity of stories from the Old Testament, with the help of leading archaeologists in the field. Apparently the ITV producers panicked about its radical content. Consequently, McCarthy's 6 half-hour transmissions were given a midnight slot, and with minimum publicity audience figures were low. 3 The documentary series took in archaeology, new historiography and critical biblical research as the context for McCarthy's journey to the Holy Land and his attempt to explore the truth behind the stories: Joshua's conquest of Canaan, the Promised Land, Jericho's tumbling walls. Who was Solomon? When did the Jews become monotheists? What was Zion? And when was the text of the Old Testament actually written? Zeev Herzog, professor of archaeology at Tel Aviv University, and the director of its Institute of Archaeology, was one of the key advocates of this critical archaeology. Appearing on an Australian television program in April 2000, also entitled "TT Ain't Necessarily So," Herzog debated the issue with Professor William Dever, a leading American archaeologist and former head of the University of Arizona's Near Eastern Studies Department. Already in October 1999, in a now famous article in the Hebrew daily Haaretz, entitled "The Old Testament, There Are No Findings on the Ground," Herzog argued. Following 70 years of intensive excavations in the land of Israel, archaeologists have found out, the patriarchs' acts are legendary. The Israelites did not sojourn in Egypt or make an exodus, they did not conquer the land. Neither is there any mention of the empire of David and Solomon, nor of the source of belief in the God of Israel. These facts have been known for years, but Israel is a stubborn people and nobody wants to hear about it. Herzog goes on to explain that Holy Land archaeology has shown that the Exodus and Joshua's conquest of Canaan could not have happened. This is what archaeologists have learned from their excavations in the land of Israel: the Israelites were never in Egypt, did not wander in the desert, did not conquer the land in a military campaign, and did not pass it on to the 246 12 tribes of Israel. Perhaps even harder to swallow is the fact that the united monarchy of David and Solomon, which is described by the Bible as a regional power, was at most a small tribal kingdom. And it will come as an unpleasant shock to many that the God of Israel, Jehovah. The Bible is not history but literature and theology, Herzog argues. The new archaeology of the Holy Land has completed a process that amounts to a scientific revolution in its field. Archaeology, which has become an independent professional discipline with its own conclusions and its own observations, presents us with a picture of a reality of ancient Palestine completely different from the one described in the Old Testament. Holy Land archaeology is no longer using the Hebrew Bible as a reference point or a historical source. The old biblical archaeology is no longer the ruling paradigm in Holy Land archaeology. For the critical archaeologists, the Bible is read like other ancient texts, as literature which may or may not contain some historical information. Professor Dever, on the other hand, drew different conclusions. Although he does deny the historicity of Genesis, Joshua gives the impression that his past certainties are under strain and concedes that no serious scholar today doubted the late date of the final redaction of the biblical tradition. He asserts that the biblical narrative may contain genuinely historical material, some of it possibly contemporary with the events the narrative purports to describe. He agrees that there is need for a fresh approach to ancient Israel, one that is critical, comparative, marked by dialogue between biblical scholars and archaeologists. Point 4 The critical archaeologists do not ignore the richness of the biblical narrative. Their argument is complex, that there is a need to distinguish between two distinct historical periods. The first is Iron Age I, which covers the earlier phases of the Hebrew Bible and the origins of the. Is the Hebrew Bible historical? A 47. Israelites, which describes a proto-history of the Israelites, the sojourn in Egypt, the wandering in Sinai, the very story of the patriarchs, the military conquest of Canaan. The main archaeological debate is about the historicity of the Bible during this period. Virtually all the events that are described in detail in the biblical stories appear to be contradictory. The current debate is not about the absence of archaeological evidence. Over the last 70 years, the new archaeologists argue, the crucial evidence at digs in Israel, Palestine, Egypt, Jordan, and Lebanon suggests that most of the famous stories in the Hebrew Bible, the wanderings of the patriarchs, the exodus from Egypt, which provides the foundation of the notion of liberation within traditional Judaism. Joshua's conquest of Canaan, David's and Solomon's empire, are without foundation. The myth of the United Kingdom of David and Solomon with its capital Jerusalem. As we have seen in Chapter I, Israeli claims for exclusive control over Jerusalem benefited greatly from the findings of Israeli court archaeologists and Western Orthodox biblical historiography, both of which relied on the historicity of the Hebrew Bible. The latter tells of the golden age of the United Kingdom of the Israelites ruled over by a Judean monarch, first David and then his son Solomon. It describes a vast empire spreading from the Red Sea to the border of Syria, the splendor of Jerusalem and the first temple built by Solomon, as well as other magnificent building projects. This United Kingdom subsequently split into Israel in the north and Judah in the south. But the archaeological discoveries contradict this picture. Although there is some archaeological evidence for the biblical monarchies of Judah and Israel from the 9th century to the 6th century B, including in documents from neighboring countries, mainly Assyria, there is also serious debate about the actual history of the two small tribal kingdoms. The archaeological evidence presents a picture completely at odds with the scale of the kingdoms of David and Solomon described in the Bible. The united monarchy of David and Solomon, which the Bible describes as the zenith of the political, military, and economic power of the Israelites, emerges from the recent archaeology not as a major regional power but as two modest tribal communities. Israel and Judea. 248. Were from the outset two separate, tribal chiefdoms, and at times were in an adversarial relationship. A secularist Zionist version of Israeli mythologies that upheld Jerusalem as the national and religious capital of the Israelites under David and Solomon is currently being promoted by left-wing Zionists and moderate Israelis, some of whom even utilize the findings of the critical archaeology to refute the biblical foundational myths of Israel. Daniel Gavran, a British Zionist journalist who emigrated to Israel in 1961 and became the head of English news at Israel Radio, wrote an article which was posted on the Israeli Foreign Ministry website in September 2003, entitled King David and Jerusalem, Myth and Reality. The extraordinary thing about this public relations exercise is the fact that it endorses many of the findings of critical Israeli archaeologists, but, at the same time, desperately clings on to old Zionist myths, and even articulates new ones centered on Jerusalem. 5 Gavran begins by commenting on the evidence produced by the new archaeology. To most Israelis it is axiomatic that the celebrations for the 3000th anniversary of the conquest of Jerusalem by King David mark a real and tangible event, but this is far from certain. The biblical account of the capture of the city is the only one we have, and in the opinion of most modern scholars, the Bible is not an entirely reliable historical document. Corroborating evidence is required, and some indeed exists, but it is not conclusive. When all the available information has been assembled, the most that can be said is that there was probably an Israelite ruler called David, who made Jerusalem his capital sometime in the 10th century BCE. However, the precise date cannot be determined, and consequently there is no way of knowing exactly when the anniversary falls. The Bible is not, and was never intended to be, a historical document. A work of theology, law, ethics, and literature, it does contain historical information, but if we want to evaluate this information we should consider when, how, and why the Bible was compiled. The historical evidence to back up these events is sparse, and, in some cases, contradictory. In particular, the account of Joshua's conquest of Canaan is inconsistent with the archaeological evidence. Cities supposedly conquered by Joshua in the 14th century BCE were destroyed long before he came on the scene. Some, such as Ai and Arad, had been ruins for 1,000 years. The conclusion is somewhat startling to Bible readers who know the Canaanites portrayed in the Bible as immoral idolaters. Most of the Israelites were in fact formerly Canaanites. Is the Hebrew Bible historical? The story of Abraham's journey from Ur of the Chaldees, the patriarchs, the Exodus, Sinai, and the conquest of Canaan, all these were apparently based on legends that the various elements brought with them from their countries of origin. The consolidation of the Israelites into a nation was not the result of wanderings in the desert and divine revelation, but came from the need to defend themselves against the Philistines, who settled in the Canaanite coastal plain more or less at the same time the Israelites were establishing themselves in the hills. Gavran goes on to reimagine Jerusalem as the national and religious capital of the Israelites under David, implying that David did not expel the Jebusites from his capital city, and that therefore Israel today should also allow the Palestinians to live in Jerusalem. Founders of Israel were not Abraham and Moses, but Saul and David. It was apparently Saul who consolidated the hill farmers under his rule and created fighting units capable of confronting the Philistines. It was David who defeated the Philistines and united the hill farmers with the people of the Canaanite plains, thus establishing the kingdom of Israel and its capital city. It is generally accepted among scholars today that there is genuine historical material in the books of Samuel, which describe the careers of Saul and David, but even these books must be critically examined to distinguish between legend and fact, in as much as it can ever be known. Some of the materials in Samuel I and II, notably the lists of officers, officials, and districts, are believed to be very early, possibly even dating to the time of David or Solomon. These documents were probably in the hands of the Deuteronomists when they started to compile the material 3 centuries later. The 3000th anniversary celebration of David's capture of Jerusalem is perceived by some people, both in Israel and abroad, as an indication of an exclusive Jewish claim to the city. Although, as we have argued here, it is probable that David did take the city some 3 millennia ago, and make it his personal, national, and religious capital. The biblical evidence points to the fact that the great Israelite monarch found a way to share his capital with his former adversaries. The Jebusites continued to live there, their property rights were respected and they were given a role in the administration of the city *. These secularist nationalist claims that Jerusalem was always the capital city of the united monarchy under David and Solomon have no foundation in the history of ancient Palestine, they are fabricated modern myths. The Palestine Arabs are the original inhabitants of Palestine, were Arabized as a result of the Arab conquest in the 7th century. The Palestinians of today are the descendants of the Philistines, the Canaanites and other early tribes. The Jews did not integrate into the ethnic stock formed by the original people of Palestine. Katan, a Palestinian Christian born in Jerusalem in 1906, operates, in Foucauldian terms, in a world of discourse divided between accepted discourse and excluded discourse, between the dominant Israeli discourse and the dominated Palestinian 1.7. He found it necessary to have recourse to a mythologized ancient history of Palestine in order to create an anti-Zionist Palestinian counter-narrative. This appeal of ancient mythologies is found in his otherwise excellent book Palestine and International Law, The Legal Aspects of the Arab-Israeli Conflict. His brilliant legal work aside, Katan's historiography took to rehashing and appropriating the biblical narrative to construct a secular Palestinian narrative by emphasizing the equal contribution of pagans, Muslims, Christians, Arabs, and Jews to the material and cultural heritage of Palestine. However, in seeking to undermine the Zionist narrative, Katan was in fact mirroring a mythological historiography in favor of a secular Palestinian nationalism. More recently, Palestinian scientist Mazen Kumziyeh has suggested, in his Sharing the Land of Canaan, a more realistic and less 35a. Is the Hebrew Bible historical? 53. Dichotomous approach to the debate on Canaanites and Israelites. He argues for coexistence in Palestine-Israel based on close historical, cultural and genetic affinities between the Canaanitic people, Mizrahi Jews and Palestinian Christians and Muslims. Indeed, it would not be unreasonable to argue that the modern Palestinians are more likely to be the descendants of the ancient Israelites than Ashkenazi Jews, many of whom were European converts to Judaism. Certainly historically, in contrast to the myth of exile and return, many of the original Jewish inhabitants of ancient Palestine had remained in the country but had accepted Christianity and Islam many generations later. Today, however, in contrast to the mythologized Ashkenazi Zionist and Arab nationalist historiographies. More and more archaeologists and biblical scholars are convinced that the ancestors of the Israelites had never been in Egypt and that the biblical paradigm of a military conquest of Canaan is completely fictional. Indeed, the archaeological evidence undermines, in particular, the book of Joshua. If the exodus from Egypt and the 40-year desert journey around Sinai could not have happened and the military conquest of the fortified cities of Canaan were totally refuted by archaeology, who, then, were these Israelites, Philistines, or Canaanites? The term Israel has many different meanings in the Bible. The Israelites were, most likely, Canaanites who took a distinct developmental path. Israel Finkelstein, professor of archaeology at Tel Aviv University, proposed that they were the pastoral shepherds who wandered in this hill area throughout the Late Bronze Age. The archaeological evidence shows that the population which later developed into the kingdoms of Judah and Israel originated from within the country, within Canaan or ancient Palestine. It did not come from Egypt or from any other place, that in biblical times the concept of ethnicity was fluid, that Palestine was plagued by social fragmentation throughout antiquity, that the Iron Age settlements on the central hills of ancient Palestine, from which the later kingdom of Israel developed, reflect continuity with Canaanite culture. The emergence of early Israelites, Finkelstein and Silbermann write, was an outcome of the collapse of the Canaanite culture, not its cause. The early Israelites were themselves originally Canaanites. The new critical biblical scholarship has taught us that the Israelites were no different from other Canaanites. Contrary to the vitriolic anti-Canaanite and anti-Philistine sentiment of the Old Testament authors, the new scholarship has shown that the biblical portrayal of the Israelites' origins in terms of a conflict between them and the Canaanites or the Philistines is not justification for assuming that such a conflict ever took place in history, either in the 12th century or in any other period. Canaanites and Israelites never existed as opposing peoples fighting over Palestine. Lemsch comments on the invention of the ethnic and racial divide between the Hebrews and Canaanites by the Bible writers during the post-exilic period. The Canaanites embraced that part of the Palestinian population which did not convert to the Jewish religion of the exiles, the reason being that it had no part in the experience of exile and living in a foreign world, which had been the fate of the Judaeans who were carried off to Babylonia in 587 BCE. The Palestinian, or rather Old Israelite, population was not considered to be Jews because they were not ready to acknowledge the religious innovations of the exilic community that Yahweh was the only God to be worshipped. Thus the real difference between the Canaanites and the Israelites would be a religious one and not the difference between two distinct nationals. The history of ancient Palestine and its peoples, often suppressed in favor of the biblical ideology, is very different from the biblical narratives and the history of biblical Israel *, which often involves literary and ideological problems. In the biblical narrative of the stories of Samson, Saul, and David, the Philistines * are the people of the southern and central coastal plain, where they play the role of Israel's enemy, parallel to the role of the Canaanites of the holy war stories of Joshua and Judges, as the evil which attempted to resist the construction of the Hebrews. But the Canaanites, Hebrews, and Philistines were not ethnic designations of the Bronze or Early Iron Age. The early term Canaan * does not refer to any historical people. It is a geographical term. It is used in reference to a people only in *54. Is the Hebrew Bible historical? The sense of the various peoples who lived in the region or land of Canaan. It is used in reference to a people only in the sense of the various peoples who lived in the region of Canaan. It also overlaps with other geographical terms, such as Churu, Retinu, Amuru, or Hutti. One of the most important works produced by recent Israeli archaeology, The Bible Unearthed, Archaeology's New Vision of Ancient Israel and the Origin of its Sacred Texts, written by Israel Finkelstein and Neil Asher Silbermann, discusses the link between the archaeological finds and ethnicity. Finkelstein and Silbermann note that even in modern times there is no agreed definition of ethnicity, that the concept is fluid, making its identification in terms of material culture a very difficult task. The identification of ethnic and racial boundaries between Canaanites and Israelites, or between Philistines and Israelites, in ancient cultures is highly problematic and completely fictional in the critical period of Israelite origin. Furthermore, there are also mountains of archival evidence to suggest that monotheism came much later than the Bible suggests. Already in the late 1960s, archaeologist William Dever discovered at excavations at Khirbet al-Qam near Hebron that Jehovah, the god of the Israelites, had a female consort called Asherah. Asherah was also identified as a Canaanite deity, a fertility goddess. The inscription Dever discovered was written in ancient Hebrew, dating from the mid to late 8th century BC. It ran, "Blessed by Yahweh and his Asherah." Dever later recalled, "When I first discovered it, I didn't really want to publish it, as a young scholar. It was too controversial. But then in the 1970s a second site was found by Israeli archaeologists, also in the 8th century in Sinai. And you have the same expression, may X be blessed by Yahweh and his Asherah." Since then several archaeological discoveries have been made connecting Jehovah to Asherah. The discovery of these inscriptions shows that in the minds of many Israelites, Jehovah, like other gods of the ancient Near East, had a consort, and that the pagan polytheistic deities of the Israelites and Canaanites were widely shared, with radical implications for the theory of monotheism and when exactly monotheism was adopted. Herzog explains. *55. Jehovah and his consort, how many gods, exactly, did Israel have? Together with the historical and political aspects, there are also doubts as to the credibility of the information about belief and worship. The question about the date at which monotheism was adopted by the kingdoms of Israel and Judea arose with the discovery of inscriptions in ancient Hebrew that mention a pair of gods, Jehovah and his Asherah. At two sites, Kuntali Ajrud in the southwestern part of the Negev Hill region, and at Khirbet el-Qam in the Judea Piedmont, Hebrew inscriptions have been found that mention Jehovah and his Asherah, Jehovah Shomron and his Asherah *, Jehovah Taman and his Asherah. The authors were familiar with a pair of gods, Jehovah and his consort Asherah, and send blessings in the couple's name. These inscriptions, from the 8th century BCE, raise the possibility that monotheism, as a state religion, is actually an innovation of the period of the Kingdom of Judea, following the destruction of the Kingdom of Israel. 356. The case for minimalism in biblical studies. The archaeological findings dovetailed with the conclusions of the critical school of Old Testament scholarship, which suggested that biblical conquest stories be viewed as etiological legends. In the 1980s and 1990s a group of critical biblical scholars emerged in Britain, Denmark, the USA, Italy, and Israel, including Philip Davies, Keith Whitt-Elam, Thomas Thompson, Niels Lemsch. In the UK many of their books are published by Sheffield Academic Press. 9 Davies, Thompson, Lemsch, and Whitt-Elam became closely associated with the minimalist phenomenon. They were called the Gang of Four by their detractors, as part of the smear campaign against them. 10 But there were scores of other biblical scholars and archaeologists highlighting different aspects, and reflecting different degrees, of minimalism. The term minimalism was coined by their detractors in the mid-1990s. It is not supposed to be flattering. However, while critics have reacted by attacking them as an isolated and extreme group, the minimalists are not a fringe group and their discourse is internationally debated as part of critical biblical scholarship. Thompson argues for the necessity of distinguishing between interpretation of the Bible, which is the task of those engaged in biblical studies, and attempts to write a history of the region in the pre-biblical period, which is the domain of historians and particularly archaeologists. Is the Hebrew Bible historical? 57. Minimalism in biblical studies refers to a trend that, in the estimation of its opponents, plays down the historical character of the biblical narratives. Biblical minimalism is based on direct evidence from archaeology and historical geography supported by analogies that are primarily drawn from anthropology, sociology, and linguistics. Secondary literature, such as we find in the Bible or other collected summaries of traditions such as Manetho, Berosus, and Josephus in the Hellenistic period, gives us information about the use of past traditions. According to Thompson, there are three guiding principles of biblical minimalism. The first and most central principle is understanding the relationship between biblical interpretation and the writing of a history of pre-Hellenistic Palestine. F. Thompson 2003a. Second, the Bible is not a historical account of Palestine's past, nor did its authors try to write his story. It is a secondary collection of tradition that is theologically motivated. The earliest surviving manuscripts of biblical books come from the Dead Sea Scrolls. Nevertheless, the secondary and collective nature of biblical works allows us to speculate on earlier forms of these literary productions. Recognizably stereotypical themes and motifs provide a major key to understanding and interpreting the function and ideologically important motivations of the texts. Third is the hotly debated question about the historicity of the Bible as a tool used by historians to assess the value of a source for reconstructing events of the past. It is rare that historicity can be attributed to a literary or theologically oriented production. Since the Bible is filled with literary and theological motifs and themes, it is necessary to understand the author's literary strategies before there is any attempt to use it in a historical synthesis. Thompson also argues that the biblical tradition is largely irrelevant to a history of ancient Israel. A history of Israel's origins is not a history of ancient Palestine. It is necessary to write a history of Israel's origins, on the basis of evidence rather than of ideology or theology, independent of the perspectives of biblical historiography. The current understanding of Israel, whose origins we seek in the biblical tradition, comes from ideological and theological questions. The evidence from extra-biblical sources for Israel is wholly inadequate to the task of understanding origins, if we are searching for the origins of the Israel of the Bible. Clearly, the historicity of the Hebrew Bible is important for several groups, including conservative evangelical Christians, Israeli Zionists, and not a few biblical archaeologists. The politics of these groups depend in some way upon the belief that the Old Testament relates real history. Once these interests are exposed, one can easily understand the rage and public outcry in the Israeli press and the orchestrated assault against biblical scholars who have questioned the historicity of the Old Testament. But the linking of minimalism with anti-Semitism, the deployment of the standard Zionist charge of anti-Semitism to intimidate academics, is completely spurious. While conservative evangelicals and Zionist nationalists reacted to the new scholarship by reiterating the dogma that the Bible equals history, the minimalists responded by saying that by separating the Bible from history, they were merely shedding bad history. The critical archaeologists and biblical scholars were attacked by mainstream Zionists as anti-Bible, anti-Israel, and even anti-Semitic. 12 Thompson illustrates the hostility towards critical scholarship exhibited by some biblical scholars and Israeli writers by citing one of the most vicious attacks on his work by Magen Broshi, former director of the Israel Department of Antiquities. This is found in a review of the Bible in History, How Writers Create a Past, in Jerusalem Post. The review ends with a slanderous note that informs the reader that Thompson's favored readings are the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. Is it possible he does not believe in anything? Apparently there is a certain book that he does take seriously. A mutual acquaintance told me that Thompson confided in him that he is a staunch believer in the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. Apparently this open accusation of anti-Semitism, which was repeated by several pro-Zionist propagandists, effectively put an end to the sales of Thompson's book on the American market. A minimalist school of thought. The minimalists have questioned the historicity of the Old Testament and the relationship between its historical narrative and the archaeological evidence. By separating the Hebrew scriptures from history and releasing. 258. Is the Hebrew Bible historical? 5-9. From any claims of historicity, they were not rejecting the Bible but rather providing new ways of reading the scriptures as literature, wonderful folk tales and beautiful poetry. Epics and legends like the story of Abraham or the binding of Isaac should be treated as moral tales, They were to do with the myths of origin which we find among the Assyrians, Babylonians, Arabs. Even the Irish have a myth of origin, originating from one single person. But the minimalists were not a monolithic group, they all published separately and independently. There are also important differences among them. Also crucially, the minimalists do not deny there was an ancient Israel or that early Judaism was a religious factor in Palestine's history. In Search of Ancient Israel, by Davies, who does not like the term minimalism, has an entire chapter devoted to the historical Israel, but for him the Old Testament represents a narrow slice of the ancient world, maybe a few hundred years before Christ, rather than the 1,500 years that biblical theologians consider it to be. Thompson's work deals extensively with the states of Judah and Israel as historical entities. Lemsch's detailed analysis of the historical and scholarly evidence for ancient Israel is the closest to denying that there was an ancient Israel, though he likewise is speaking of an Israel defined by biblical categories. The point at issue is not whether an ancient Israel ever existed, but whether the historical ancient Israel was like the portrait in the Bible. Minimalism remains no more monolithic than any mainstream movement, and there exist major differences among critical biblical scholars. Not all minimalists like or use the term. Not all the minimalists agree that they are part of a school, or a group. There is no such common agenda. The scholarly approach of Thompson, Lemsch, Whittelam, and Davies is not identical, and the four are following slightly different paths. Some are influenced by new historical criticism and post-colonial studies, others by the recent archaeology of the Holy Land or by the sociology of ethnicity. Some rely on anthropological modeling. That Thompson, Whittelam, Lemsch, and Davies worked at some stage either in Copenhagen or in Sheffield may indeed suggest to superficial observers a school. However, Thompson moved to Copenhagen only after his book Early History of the Israelite People was published. He wrote it in Milwaukee. Whittelam's The Invention of Ancient. A 6-0 Israel was written in Stirling, Scotland, before its author was appointed to a chair in Sheffield in 1999. The four scholars have come to talk to each other through geographical proximity and through their shared notoriety, but not one of them developed his ideas in close contact with the others. There remains widespread disagreement among critical archaeologists and biblical scholars with regard to the question as to when the biblical narrative began to be written. Finkelstein and Silbermann argue that Genesis was a national epic created in the 7th century BC, although no archaeologist can deny that the Bible contains legends, characters, and story fragments that reach far back in time. Archaeology can show that the Torah and the Deuteronomistic history bear unmistakable hallmarks of their initial compilation in the 7th century BCE. By contrast, both Thompson and Davies argue that the bulk of Old Testament literature was an invented tradition, and created during, and within the context, of the Persian Empire by urban intellectuals. Davies, in particular, asks what were the motives of the writers who compiled in stages an epic history that went back to creation, inventing a 12-tribe nation that escaped from Egypt and annihilated the Canaanites, generated several portraits of an ideal society set in a mythical wilderness scenario, and developed a monotheistic religion and assigned it to antiquity. Davies's argument that the writings are not to be approached as history does not imply that there are no historical elements whatsoever, only that the picture as a whole is ideal, not real, that there never was a society as described by Joshua or Judges. This conflicts with the more radical views of Lemsch that the account is Hellenistic, written 1,000 years after the events described. Whittelam, for his part, has not engaged in this question of dating at all but focuses rather on the ideology of representation of Israel and Palestine in ancient and modern sources. Only Lemsch has written that the Tel Dan stela may be a forgery. The inscription was discovered at Tel Dan, previously known as Tel Al-Qadi, in the Galilee, in 1993. Supposedly dating to the 9th or 8th centuries BC and containing the earliest reference to David, its authenticity has been questioned not only by Lemsch but also by several scholars. Whittelam and Is the Hebrew Bible historical? 261. Davies do not hold this opinion. These examples show that the widespread view that minimalists agree in their main opinions is not entirely true in all respects. The minimalists generally agree that the Bible is actually a record of what later generations mythologized about their history, that the representation of ancient Israel in the Hebrew Bible is largely idealized and fictionalist, that the story of David and Solomon is a literary text produced by biblical authors writing hundreds of years after the purported events. But while their critics, many of whom are neoconservative authors, continue to insist on the historicity of the Old Testament, the vast majority of biblical scholars lie in a spectrum between biblicist Albrightian scholars who adopt a fundamentalist approach to Holy Land archaeology and the minimalists. Davies, a leading scholar of the ancient world who has been carrying out textual analysis of the Bible for over 30 years, argues that the minimalists pursue the main lines of critical biblical scholarship over the last century, that the mainstream view of critical biblical scholarship accepts that Genesis to Joshua is devoid of reliable history, and that it was in the Persian period that the bulk of the Hebrew Bible literature was either composed or achieved its canonical shape, that the later dating of much biblical literature is increasingly finding support among mainstream academics. Although there were degrees of minimalism over David, the historicity of David was generally being questioned by many scholars in the mainstream. Davies explains how and why the Jewish scriptures came into existence. What motivated the writers to create them? Who were the writers? Davies relies partly on archaeology and partly on anthropological modeling. He is not satisfied merely with concluding that the stories from Genesis to Joshua are unhistorical. Davies's theory is that the canonized writings represent a monumental project, partly conscious and partly unconscious, of defining the origins and nature of a society re-established in a small province of the Persian Empire, a society composed of a group of Aramaic-speaking immigrants and a large number of indigenous, Hebrew-speaking people of the land. The process of creating a religion, a society, took centuries but began essentially after the period of independent statehood had disappeared. Davies believes that the Hebrew Bible should not play a role in 202 modern politics. The state of Israel was the result of modern forces rather than divine promises and ancient occupations. The Bible, he argues, is irrelevant, except in the indirect but very serious sense in which it has promoted the persecution of Jews in Europe, the main justification in his opinion for the establishment of a secure Jewish homeland in Palestine. What is important is not to politicize biblical studies but to depoliticize the discipline and distance it from any political stance towards the present Israel-Palestine crisis and thus permit that crisis to be seen in its modern and contemporary terms. Yet, as has already been argued in chapters 1 and 2, the debate about ancient Israel * and modern colonial archaeology is also a debate about the modern state of Israel, most crucially because in the eyes of many people in the West the legitimacy of Zionism depends on the credibility of the biblical portrait. One facet of that debate is the argument in the public domain over the use of the term Israel * to denote the land west of the Jordan, both in ancient and in modern times. The inevitable outcome of the obsession with the Hebrew Bible in Western scholarship, by calling the land biblical * and by its exclusive interest in a small section of the history of the land, has resulted in a focus on the Israelite identity of a land that has actually been non-Jewish in terms of its indigenous population for the larger part of its recorded history. This state of affairs would not happen in any other area of the planet. It is due to the Hebrew Bible and its influence in the West, where an inherited Christian culture has supported the notion that Palestine has always been somehow essentially the land of Israel. Traditional biblical scholarship has been essentially Zionist and has participated in the elimination of the Palestinian identity, as if over 1,400 years of Muslim occupation of this land has meant nothing. This focus on a short period of history a long time ago participates in a kind of retrospective colonizing of the past. It tends to regard modern Palestinians as trespassers or resident aliens * in someone else's territory. 8. The Bible, Post-Colonialism, and the Moral Critique, Michael Pryor, Palestinian Liberation Theology and the Biblical Academy. The Public Intellectual as Moral Transformer of Society. Professor Michael Pryor was an outstanding biblical scholar, a Corkman, a Vincentian priest to a peace activist, a radical liberation theologian, an activist for the human rights of gypsies in London and an activist for Palestinian rights. During his 2 years study and teaching in the Holy Land in the 1980s and 1990s, Professor Pryor became an enthusiastic supporter of the Palestinian people. 3 He was also co-founder and chair of Living Stones for the Holy Land, an ecumenical trust dedicated to promoting links between the Palestinian Christians and Christians in Britain. Pryor's scholarly work on the Bible and theology and his moral critique of the Zionist project were outstanding and prophetic. His faith placed an emphasis on the humanity and equality of all people. The sudden and unexpected death of Pryor on July 22, 2004 was devastating. His passing also saddened scores of his friends around the globe. Pryor's scholarship was influenced by a wide range of modern ideas and sources, including the liberation theology perspectives that emerged primarily out of Latin America in the 1960s and 1970s, secular humanist ideas, especially Enlightenment human rights principles, originating outside the scriptures. He was also 264. Influenced by the emergence of a new Holy Land archaeology and a critical biblical scholarship, also known as biblical minimalism, in the last 2 decades, by the emergence of new and critical historiography of Israel-Palestine since the mid-1980s, and by Edward W. Said's works on Orientalism, post-colonial and cultural studies, Islam and Palestine. Pryor met Said a number of times in Jerusalem, at Bethlehem University and in London, and edited some of his conference speeches. Pryor, like Said, passionately believed in the intellectual as a moral transformer of society and, also like Said, his discourse engaged with some of the great themes of religion and post-colonialism, truth and reconciliation, critiques of structures of domination, the anti-apartheid struggle, liberation theology, and social justice. Shortly before he died in July 2004, Pryor wrote, "University people seldom distinguish themselves by their commitment to transform the world morally. Usually whatever idealism they once may have had has been well drained out, not infrequently by the imperative of the improvement of their career prospects. They can seldom afford to speak their truth. They have to keep their job, pay the mortgage and other expenses. Their doctoral studies invariably focused on some specialist and esoteric aspect of a subdiscipline, which can, with a bit of luck, be prepared for publication, a sine qua non for securing even a part-time lecturing post. Having eventually gained a university position by playing the academic game, then, they in turn get down to the business of producing their own academic clones. In such manner the conventional university system goes along its very own emotionally detached, intellectually dispassionate and rationally value-neutral way. That, after all, is considered by the University Academy and its powers to be the appropriate comportment of scholars, and is the surest way to climb the academic ladder. For prior academics and intellectuals had a moral mission, to speak truth, however uncomfortable, to people in power, to fight against racism and oppression, and to work for a moral transformation of society. Michael Pryor and Palestinian Liberation Theology. Pryor, the Vincentian priest, believed that the imperatives of the gospel faith require moral engagement as an article of faith and a starting point of critical scholarship and post-colonial historiography. His regular visits to and experience in the Holy Land, his witnessing a kind of apartheid system, and his intellectual integrity drove him to examine critically the use of the Bible in Western colonialism in general and the role of the biblical paradigm of chosen people promised land in the Zionist enterprise in particular. By the mid-1990s, Pryor had emerged as a formidable critic of the impact of Israel's settler colonial policies on the Palestinians. His early works, including Paul the Letter Writer and the Second Letter of Timothy, already illustrate his probing critique and the intellectual courage with which he began challenging conservative biblical scholarship and its failure to address, full square, the moral questions inherent in the biblical texts. On the question of truth-speaking concerning Palestine-Israel, Pryor became well known for his support for the dispossessed, the occupied, and the disenfranchised Palestinians, and was convinced that they are the victims of a scandalous injustice. Pryor early on realized that the liberation theology perspectives developed in Latin America in the 1960s and 1970s had an obvious relevance to the Israel-Palestine question. During his regular visits to the Holy Land, he befriended many Palestinian church leaders for and liberation theologians, including Dr. Naim Atik, director of Sabil, an ecumenical center for Palestinian liberation theology in Jerusalem. Sabil embodies a grassroots liberation movement among Palestinian Christians and seeks to make the gospel contextually relevant to Palestine-Israel. In Arabic, Sabil means for the way and a spring of water. The organization strives to develop a Palestinian theology based on justice, peace, nonviolence, liberation and reconciliation for the different ethnic and faith communities in the Holy Land. It is also highly critical of Christian Zionism, which has been successful in providing not only theological justification for Palestinian displacement, forced exile, and continued oppression, but also is directly responsible for marshalling material resources in support of Israeli settler colonialism. In 1999, Pryor co-edited with Canon Atik the collection Holy Land Hollow Jubilee, God, Justice, and the Palestinians, based on a major international conference organized by Sabil in 1998, at which the keynote speaker was Edward Said. The fundamental tenets of liberation theology have been extensively discussed elsewhere. Point 1. The term describes the attempt by Latin American theologians to make the gospel of Jesus Christ relevant to the social, economic, and political conditions of Latin America. In a direct challenge to the established churches and their support for oppressive regimes, these theologians embarked upon an interpretation of the scriptures which found the words and deeds of Christ politically relevant and socially liberating. Liberation theology requires both solidarity with the poor, the exploited, the oppressed and disenfranchised, and bridging the gap between abstract religious theories and their practical implementation. In Jesus in Latin America, liberation theologian John Sobrino writes, Jesus, like the prophets, concentrates on those areas where the life of individuals is most precarious, most threatened, or even non-existent. For this reason, the program of his mission is one of partiality and announces a God of partisan life to those who lack it at the most elementary levels. Clodovis Boff further explains, existing liberation theology is a theology directed upon praxis, precisely a praxis of social transformation, at once critical and utopian. Liberation theology approaches involve giving priority to social justice and peace and developing a moral theology which emphasizes solidarity with the struggle of the oppressed and marginalized. In his first major work, Jesus the Liberator, Nazareth Liberation Theology, Pryor attempted to combine a radical version of Latin American liberation theology with human rights approaches to the question of Palestine. He wrote, "Only when the blind receive their sight, the lame walk, lepers are cleansed, and the deaf hear, the dead are raised up, poor people are evangelized, can the church be at peace with its founder, the Nazareth preacher, and its Lord." Politically and theologically, Pryor's subsequent works were noticeably more radical in challenging biblical literalists who defend a Zionist reading of the Bible. Inspired by Canon Atik's work on Palestinian liberation theology, Pryor discerned three major issues in Palestinian liberation theology perspectives: political freedom, justice, and the Bible. Whereas mainstream theologians in the West look to the Bible for strength and liberation, it is being used by many Christians in the USA and by Zionist Jews in a way that offers Palestinians dispossession and slavery rather than freedom, exile and injustice rather than justice, and destruction of their religious sites and national and political life. The redeeming idea of colonialism. In the early 1980s, Pryor, the biblical scholar, discovered that the biblical narrative is meaningless outside its worldly context. The question of Israel-Palestine also forced Pryor, the liberation theologian, to recognize and reconfigure the key role of the biblical text within the project of European settler colonialism and empire. Already by 1918 some 85% of the earth was in the hands of European colonizing powers, with devastating effects on the indigenous populations of Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Invariably the colonizers sought out some ideological principle to justify their deeds, and the Bible has often been, and still is for some, a text that redeems territorial conquests. Pryor's striking reflections on the Bible and the redeeming idea of colonialism are found in his important book, The Bible and Colorado Nihilism, a moral critique. 8 Benefiting from recent scholarship in post-colonial studies, Pryor's major work was to show the extent to which colonial interests have been successful in utilizing and manipulating the oral and written theological and political traditions contained in the Bible for their own benefit. Examples of such ideological manipulation become clear particularly in those chapters where Pryor describes the conquest of the Four New World, the Zionist enterprise in Palestine and settler colonialism in southern Africa. The book represents a deep analysis and a moral critique of the ways in which imperial colonialist discourse attempts to manipulate arguments and texts in order to legitimize its own agenda of domination, exploitation, and the extermination of indigenous peoples and societies. The publication of the Spanish edition of the Bible and Colonialism provided Pryor with the opportunity to reflect on the evolution of his thought, to point out the various influences on this book, and to bring his work up to date. More crucially, while the economic and political conditions in both Latin America and South Africa had remained difficult, the situation in Palestine had continued to deteriorate and the plight of the Palestinians under occupation had worsened. It is hardly surprising, therefore, that Pryor begins the introduction to this edition by pointing out that the main stimulus for writing this work came from having undertaken significant portions of my postgraduate biblical studies in the land of the Bible. Studying in Jerusalem, 1983–84 and since, has been one of the catalysts for significant change, not only in my own perspectives, but in how I understand the task of a biblical scholar. Things might have been different had I confined myself to study in biblical institutes and libraries in Dublin, Rome, or London, which in fact provided my first academic base. Remarkably groundbreaking, The Bible and Colonialism is Pryor's most important work. In it he analyzes the ways in which the Bible was deployed to justify Western settler colonialism and oppression in three different settings, in Latin America, South Africa, and Palestine. Moreover, while the Bible, its mega-narratives and use in Christian ideology have played a huge part in imperialist expansion, the Western Biblical Academy has rarely bothered to subject the Bible to scholarly moral investigation. Pryor has shown that the depiction of the land in biblical scholarship is of an empty space waiting to be populated by Israel. In this book, Pryor also devotes attention to the Palestinian catastrophe and to a critique of both Zionism and the Biblical Academy, the latter being complicit in perpetuating the foundation myths of Zionism and the State of Israel. Pryor subjected the Western disciplines of theology and biblical studies to a devastating critique. He was convinced that much of the two disciplines was either indifferent to or implicitly supportive of the dispossession of the Palestinians. What is striking from a moral perspective is the widespread support which the Zionist enterprise enjoys in the West. Whereas elsewhere the perpetrators of ethnic cleansing would be charged with war crimes and crimes against humanity, the Zionist conquest is judged widely to be a just and appropriate political accomplishment, and, in some quarters, is accorded unique religious significance. Much of the rationale for such benevolent appraisal derives from a literalist interpretation of the land traditions, and some of the messianic texts of the Bible. In most Western theological and religious circles, Christian and Jewish, the Zionist prize is viewed as being no more than what the Jewish people deserves in virtue of the promises of God outlined in the Bible. The claim that the Bible legitimizes exclusively Jewish rights to Eretz Yisrael, in conformity with the exclusively Israelite rights to the land of Canaan, is so pervasive, not only within the Jewish and Christian Zionist circles, but even within mainstream Christian theology, and much of university biblical studies, that the very attempt to raise the issue is sure to elicit opposition. For Pryor, the Biblical Academy should not only study the original context of biblical texts but also explain how these texts have been deployed in dubious colonial enterprises. Reading the Bible with the eyes of the Canaanites, In Homage to Professor Edward Said, was the title of a paper presented by Pryor to a 3-day conference organized by the Centre for Contemporary Approaches to the Bible, University of Wales at Lampeter, and the Catholic Biblical Association of Great Britain. Greatly influenced by Said's writings and the idea that our understanding of a text should always be underpinned by our own worldliness, Pryor's critique of Western biblical scholarship echoes Said's devastating attack on Orientalism. Pryor first came across the idea of reading the Bible with the eyes of the Canaanites in an article written by Said in 1986, although Pryor was critical of Said for not pursuing his Canaanite reading of the biblical narrative. Yet the first person to develop this new perspective was the North American native scholar Robert Allen Warrior, who speaks of how strongly he was compelled by Martin Luther King's Exodus imagery of going to the mountaintop, seeing the promised land, and crossing the River Jordan. He writes of being stunned at the realization that Native Americans were in fact the Canaanites of the American colonial experience. He writes, "The obvious characters in the story for Native Americans to identify with are the Canaanites, the people who already lived in the Promised Land. As a member of the Osage Nation of American Indians who stands in solidarity with other tribal people around the world, I read the Exodus story with Canaanite eyes. And, it is the Canaanite side of the story that has been 270 overlooked by those seeking to articulate theories of liberation. Especially ignored are those parts of the story that describe Yahweh's command to mercilessly annihilate the indigenous population." Warrior observes that the land traditions of the Bible, conveniently ignored by most theologies of liberation, provide a model of conquest, oppression, and genocide for Native Americans, Palestinians and other indigenous peoples. Yahweh the Conqueror, who delivers the Israelites from their oppression in Egypt, leads them in their conquest of the land of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. With what voice will we, the Canaanites of the world, say, "Let my people go and leave my people alone"? And, with what ears will followers of alien gods who have wooed us, listen to us? The indigenous people of this hemisphere have endured a subjugation now 100 years longer than the sojourn of Israel in Egypt. Is there a God, a spirit, who will hear us and stand with us in the Amazon, Osage County, and Wounded Knee? Is there a God, a spirit, able to move among the pain and anger of the Nablus, Gaza, and Soweto of 1989? Perhaps. But we, the wretched of the earth, may be well advised this time not to listen to outsiders with their promises of liberation and deliverance. We will perhaps do better to look elsewhere for our vision of justice, peace, and political sanity, a vision through which we escape not only our oppressors, but our oppression as well. Maybe, for once, we will just have to listen to ourselves, leaving the gods of this continent's real strangers to do battle among themselves. Inspired by Warrior's radical critique of mainstream liberation theology and Said's critique of Orientalism, Pryor sought to radicalize liberation theology in general and Palestinian liberation theology in particular. He also benefited from the emergence of a post-colonial critical biblical scholarship in the 2 last decades. Biblical minimalism, whose key contributors include Philip Davies, Thomas L. Thompson, Niels Peter Lemsch and Keith W. Whitt-Elam, has emerged as an identifiable method of scholarship within biblical studies, and argues that the Bible's language is not a historical language. Minimalism has presented serious challenges to biblical scholars, Pryor included. It was Pryor's personal post-colonialism and the moral critique 271 experiences and study of the Bible in the land of the Bible which helped him to see with the eyes of the Canaanites. 11 Pryor continued to wrestle with the idea that biblical meganarratives and key biblical traditions were politically oppressive and morally reprehensible. Was Yahweh the great ethnic cleanser? Did Yahweh not instruct the biblical Israelites to rid their promised land of its indigenous inhabitants, the Canaanites? Few biblical scholars are prepared to confront these questions. Pryor argued that the land traditions of the Bible, which inspired modern political Zionism, appeared to mandate the genocide of the indigenes of Canaan. While it was possible to develop a Jewish theology of liberation with strong dependence on the Hebrew prophets, it would be no more difficult to construct a theology of oppression on the basis of other Old Testament traditions, especially those dealing with Israelite origins that demanded the destruction of other peoples. According to the Hebrew Bible, the ancient Israelite shared the belief that Yahweh was a warrior directly involved in earthly battles. At least some ancient Israelites believed that Yahweh demanded the complete extermination of the enemy people. Pryor concluded that the meta-narratives of the Hebrew Bible present ethnic cleansing as not only legitimate, but as required by the deity, that, according to modern standards of international law and human rights, what these biblical narratives mandate are war crimes and crimes against humanity. Pryor believed that mainstream liberation theology was not radical enough in eliminating oppression for indigenous peoples, especially the Palestinians. To illustrate his thesis, Pryor cited the following meta-narratives: 12. Although the reading of Exodus 3, both in the Christian liturgy and in the classical texts of liberation theologies, halts abruptly in the middle of verse 8 at the description of the land as one flowing with milk and honey, the biblical text itself continues, to the country of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Manifestly, the promised land, flowing with milk and honey, had no lack of indigenous peoples, and, according to the narrative, would soon flow with blood. As the Israelites were fleeing Egypt, Yahweh promises Moses and the people, "When my angel goes in front of you, and brings you to the Amorites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Canaanites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, and I blot them out, you shall not bow down to their gods, or worship them, or follow their practices, but you shall utterly demolish them and break their pillars in pieces." Matters got worse in the narrative of the book of Deuteronomy, which is canonized as sacred scripture. In fact, it contains menacing ideologies and racist, xenophobic and militaristic tendencies. After the king of Heshbon refused passage to the Israelites, Yahweh gave him over to the Israelites, who captured and utterly destroyed all the cities, killing all the men, women, and children. The fate of the king of Bashan was no better. Yahweh's role was central to the destruction of other peoples. When Yahweh your God brings you into the land that you are about to enter and occupy, and he clears away many nations before you, the Hittites, the Girgashites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and when Yahweh your God gives them over to you, you must utterly destroy them. Show them no mercy. For you are a people holy to Yahweh your God. Yahweh your God has chosen you out of all the peoples on earth to be his people, his treasured possession. The book of Deuteronomy tells the Israelites that when they approach towns along the way, they are to offer terms of peace to the inhabitants. If the people accept the peace terms, they are to be reduced to serving Israelites as forced labor. If they refuse, all the adult males are to be killed and the women, children, and animals are to be taken as spoils of war. When, however, the Israelites reach the lands where they are to dwell, they are to annihilate the inhabitants entirely so that they cannot tempt the Israelites to worship their gods. But as for the towns of these peoples that Yahweh your God is giving you as an inheritance, you must not let anything that breathes remain alive. You shall annihilate them, the Hittites and the Amorites, the Canaanites and the Perizzites, the Hivites and the Jebusites, just as Yahweh your God has commanded, so that they may not teach you to do all the abhorrent things that they do for their gods, and you thus sin against Yahweh your God. The first part of the book of Joshua describes the conquest of key cities, and their fate in accordance with the laws of the Holy War. Even when the Gibeonites were to be spared, the Israelite elders complained at the lapse infidelity to the mandate to destroy all the inhabitants of the land. Joshua took Makkedah, utterly destroying every person in it. A similar fate befell other cities. Everything that breathed was destroyed, as Yahweh commanded. Joshua utterly destroyed the inhabitants of the cities of the north as well. Yahweh gave to Israel all the land that he swore to their ancestors he would give them. The legendary achievements of Yahweh through the agencies of Moses, Aaron, and Joshua are kept before the Israelites even in their prayers. You brought a vine out of Egypt, you drove out the nations and planted it. This is sometimes justified because the other peoples worship alien gods and thus do not deserve to live. There are similar commands in the book of Numbers. Later in the biblical narrative, when the Israelites reach Jericho, Joshua orders that the entire city be devoted to the Lord for destruction, except for Rahab the prostitute and those in her house. All other inhabitants, as well as the oxen, sheep, and donkeys are to be killed in the name of God. In the first book of Samuel, Samuel prophesies in the name of the Lord to Saul, "Thus says the Lord of hosts, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt. Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have, do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey." In the Spanish-language edition of the Bible and Colonialism, Pryor revisits the Old Ground 13 in his original and deliberately combative style. First, the biblical narrative, with its divine promise * was inherently linked with the mandate to ethnically cleanse or exterminate the indigenous peoples. These war crimes * are legitimized by the divinity. Second, the Exodus narrative portrays Yahweh as a tribal, ethnocentric God, with compassion only for the misery of his own people. Third, in the narrative of the book of Deuteronomy, the divine command to commit genocide * is explicit. Fourth, genocide and mass slaughter follow in the book of Joshua. These highly dubious traditions of the Bible have been kept before subsequent generations of Jews and Christians in their prayers. Christians still pray, in Psalm 80 on Thursday mornings, "You brought a vine out of Egypt, you drove out the nations and planted it." The historical evidence, however, strongly suggests that such genocidal massacres never actually took place, although these racist, xenophobic and militaristic narratives remained for later generations as powerful examples of divine aid in battle and of a divine command for widespread slaughter of an enemy. Regarding the divine demand in the Hebrew Bible to kill entire tribes, the later rabbinical tradition of post-biblical Judaism would view the wars of conquest of Canaan as a unique situation that offered no precedent for later wars. Some later Jewish commentators would interpret the struggle against the Amalekites as a symbolic metaphor for fighting genocidal evil. 14 Despite Pryor's extraordinary effort to sustain his main argument, especially with regard to the genocidal themes in the book of Joshua and other mega-narratives of the Bible, his thesis has come under criticism from various scholars of ancient Palestine, including Professor Bernardo Gandola, of the University of Buenos Aires. Gandola, while sharing Pryor's critique of the perverse use that Zionism and the State of Israel have made of the Bible to support their ethnic cleansing policies in Palestine, points out that Pryor's interpretation of biblical narrative as the epitome of war crimes and crimes against humanity perpetrated against the Canaanite population of ancient Palestine, suggesting that we should read the Bible with the eyes of the Canaanites, is a wrong interpretation, or at least a lyrical metaphor, drawn from his appreciation of the text. The portrayal of the Israelites' origins in terms of a conflict between the ancient Hebrews and Canaanites is not justification for assuming that such a conflict ever took place in history, in either the 12th century B or any other period. As Lemsch has pointed out, Canaanites and Israelites/Hebrews never existed as opposing peoples fighting over ancient Palestine. Although the Canaanites and Hebrews may all play the role of peoples in the Bible's narrative, they were not ethnic designations of the Bronze or Early Iron Age. Canaanites, the name is a variation on other biblical names such as the Amorites or Jebusites, were hardly distinguishable, and all three groups appear in different stories as the original population of Jerusalem. Furthermore, in the biblical stories of Samson, Saul, and David, the Philistines are the people of the southern and central coastal plain of Palestine, where they play the role of the Hebrews' enemy, parallel to the role of the Canaanites of the holy war stories of Joshua and Judges. In Genesis, however, the Canaanites live in the Negev, together with the Philistines, Hittites, and Amorites, and, in the role of indigenous peoples of Palestine, are friendly to the patriarchs. Reading the Bible with the eyes of the Canaanites, Gandola concluded, would only be possible if the actors of the Hebrew Bible narratives actually existed and were not mere ideological constructions, and bloody events described therein, especially in the book of Joshua, had actually taken place. Biblical traditions have little or no historical worth because, as Niels Lemsch has pointed out, they were not conceived as history even though they contain historical elements, since they are a reservoir of collective memory. The biblical narratives represent a set of epic cycles which have all the trimmings of violent conquests written long after the events by a population dominated by Greeks and Romans and driven by the need to legitimize and differentiate themselves from the Greco-Roman elite. Evidence supporting this interpretation can be found in the almost contemporary work of Flavius Josephus. Gandola argues that only if we consider that the Palestine of today and the Canaan of the past are one and the same indivisible cultural entity will it become possible not only to read the Bible but also to understand the ideology of domination from an independent Canaanite viewpoint, in which all who truly defend justice will find a common ground irrespective of the faith they practice. Perhaps this is the message to be discovered in Pryor's metaphor. In his later writings, Pryor concentrated on the Bible's provision of alleged moral and theological legitimization for the ethnic cleansing and oppression of the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine. This was the main focus of his major work, Zionism and the State of Israel, a moral inquiry. The dominant perspective of this study is the moral question of the impact which the Zionist conquest and settlement have had on the indigenous population of Palestine. The book explores the sharp ethical issues arising from the use and abuse of the Bible by Christians, as much as by Jews, to justify the occupation and settlement of Palestine, with its catastrophic consequences in the forced expulsion and subjugation of the indigenous Palestinian people. The book includes a discussion of the Bible and modern biblical hermeneutics, post-biblical Jewish and Christian cultures, the history and development of Zionism, the international law of war and of occupation, and human rights in Palestine. The heart of the book deals with the biblical and mythical justification for Zionism. Pryor takes a liberal approach to biblical scholarship, arguing that the claim to the divine promise of land is integrally linked with the claim of divine approval for the extermination of the indigenous people. The book also exposes the foundational myths of modern Zionism, showing that its roots were in secular East European nationalism of the late 19th century, and that support for Zionism by religious Jews is a relatively recent phenomenon. Moreover, utilizing the new historiography of Palestine and Israel, he convincingly demonstrates that the 1948 Palestinian Nakba and expulsion of the Palestinians had been planned by the founding fathers of Zionism and the State of Israel from the outset. Of course, the various religious faiths at their best advocate nonviolence, peace, justice and compassion. Pryor, however, found incitement to war and violence in the very foundation documents of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. In the Hebrew Bible, for instance, there is a dominant strand that sees God as ethnocentric and militaristic. Furthermore, in their conquest of Canaan, the Israelites are commanded by Yahweh to destroy the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine. Later in the days of the Israelite kingdoms, they are urged to show no pity, but to massacre their enemies. These Hebrew scriptures were eventually adopted by Christians as the first part of their Bible, described as the Old Testament, and were used to justify atrocities that would not be condoned in the second part of their Bible, the New Testament. Point 15. Today, both Christian Zionists in the West and Israeli Messianics continue to refer to the Hebrew scriptures for archetypal conflicts, which guide their attitudes towards the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine, the Palestinian Muslims and Christians. Pryor was, inevitably, also critical of the classical works of Latin American liberation theology. Pryor argues that even if you pursue the literature of liberationist theological writers, you will have to search long and hard to find any mention of the Israel-Palestine issue. He argues that this literature, which emphasizes the Exodus motif as the key for Christian theology, has nothing to say about the fate of the indigenous peoples of ancient Palestine that the biblical Israelites were instructed to dispossess and slaughter. Still less do the liberation theologians have anything to say about the settler colonial nature of modern Zionism or the plight of its Palestinian victims. For liberation theologians in Latin America and the West, Pryor 276. Argues it is apparently much easier to critique American imperialism in America or monopoly capitalism than to speak the truth about Zionist settler colonialism and ethnic cleansing in the Holy Land. Some mainstream Christian theologians in Britain and the USA have criticized Pryor's methodology, arguing that he does not regard the scriptures as the main source of his theology and that he takes ethical ideas from secular humanist sources outside the Bible and then uses them to critique the biblical texts. They further argue that Pryor's radical and subversive approach is difficult to reconcile with the way many religious Jews and Christians try to interpret the Word of God. Some also argue that for Pryor's critique of the biblical narrative to be accepted by a wider audience in the West, it would have needed to show how principles taken from the Hebrew Bible must themselves guide the interpretation of certain other passages of the Scriptures so as to resist a literalist ethnic cleansing/genocidal moral mandate. Pryor, of course, would concede that he was also influenced by Enlightenment and secular humanist ideas originating outside the Scriptures, especially universal principles of human rights and international law. Although he was a theologian by training, his methodological approach was multidisciplinary, grounded in the social sciences and benefiting from a range of secular and religious ideas and sources. When challenged at public meetings, Pryor typically would respond to his critics by saying that the search for a hermeneutics of the Bible that is sound theologically will be found in the person of Jesus the Liberator. Also, crucially, he would argue that the question of Palestine was not just a theological issue, it was essentially a moral and ethical one. Pryor was particularly brilliant at debunking the mythical notion of redemption that was deployed in justification for the Zionist colonization of Palestine during the last century. Pryor's dedication to truth-telling, his moral courage and pioneer scholarship are manifested in his last edited book, Speaking the Truth About Zionism and Israel, which included contributions from distinguished authors Nasser Aruri, Rosemary Radford Ruether, Elon Papp, and Archbishop Desmond T/ITU. The last, one of the most influential theologians and critics of the apartheid regime of South Africa, won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1984. He also chaired South 278. Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission in 1995–98. He writes in the foreword to the Spanish edition of the Bible and Colonialism. The affairs of the Holy Land have long been a concern for Christians worldwide, and we in South Africa take a particular interest in them. The two countries have so much in common, and the forms of oppression in each demonstrate remarkable similarities. Over the last several years during which problems in South Africa have diminished, matters in the Holy Land have got increasingly worse, and the human tragedy has been multiplied. The transformation in South Africa culminating in the liberation of the $1,990 should encourage all those who strive for justice and peace in the Holy Land. Pryor's experience convinced him that the Jewish-Christian dialogue was hijacked by a Zionist agenda. He carried out extensive research on groups such as Dabru Emet, whose Jewish-Christian dialogue was in fact a monologue in two voices. 16 in his last article, A Disaster for Dialogue, published posthumously in the Catholic weekly The Tablet, July 31, 2004, Pryor challenged the claim that opponents of Zionism are necessarily anti-Semitic. He also comments that the 18th International Catholic Jewish Liaison Committee, which met in Buenos Aires in July 2004, released a joint statement repeating many of the constant emphases of the Jewish-Christian dialogue of recent years. There were wider global concerns too: economic disparity and its challenges, ecological devastation, the negative aspects of globalization, and the urgent need for international peacemaking. One searches in vain, however, for an interfaith comment on the ever-deteriorating conditions in the Holy Land, and the challenge to justice and charity, or simply to justice and international legality, caused by the situation in Israel. There was not one mention of the separation wall dividing Jews and Palestinians. In the same article, and throughout much of his later works, Pryor argued powerfully that when liberal Catholics and Protestants in the West variously apply the biblical message of liberation to current situations of political and racial oppression abroad, or to issues of social oppression relating to gender or sexuality at home, their careful avoidance of any reference to apartheid Israel, to its apartheid wall at the heart of Palestine, and to its current ethnic cleansing policies in Jerusalem and in Palestine as a whole, is all the more remarkable. 9. Cultural resistance and the secular humanist. Challenge, Edward W. said, Zionism and Rethinking the Question of Palestine. With the passing of Edward W. said on September 25, 2003, humanity and human culture lost a great champion. Said was the epitome of the scholar/critic/human rights activist. He often said that he wanted to help bring a Palestinian state into existence so that then he could play his proper role as critic, and criticize it. Said was often described both as the conscience of Palestine and as a citizen of the world. He was also described by the New York Times as one of the most influential literary and cultural critics in the world. His passionate engagement as a fearless intellectual in real-life issues was a constant inspiration for many Palestinians. His seminal work Orientalism had established him as a major international commentator, and by the 1990s he had achieved virtually cult status. Said was one of the greatest scholars/activists/critics of his generation, responsible for opening up entire new fields of thought and research for thousands of people within and outside the academic world. He was a unique individual who has left an indelible legacy across many disciplines, internationally renowned critic of literature and culture, philosopher of history, music critic, Middle East specialist, political theorist, activist, and deeply humane voice of conscience. No one can easily fill his place. On the many platforms on which he so powerfully represented the cause of Palestine. Said secular humanist discourse engaged with some of the great themes of religion, truth, critique of power and oppression, liberation and social justice. While by his own testimony his inspiration derived from secular humanistic values, people of religious sensitivities, such as Michael Pryor, saw in Said also something of a priest, or, perhaps more accurately, a prophet, one who speaks on behalf of God. Pryor wrote, I could never quite understand Said's apparent assumption that a project such as his could emanate only from a secular, humanistic perspective. I take the view that such engagement should flow naturally from religious idealism, in my case from Christianity, the religion in which Edward was brought up and from which he lapsed, a fact which, he seemed to feel obliged to advertise. Said's works have been translated into 26 languages. His greatest achievements are, by common acclaim, Orientalism and Culture and Imperialism, twin works that have shaped and nourished the invigorating fields of post-colonial studies and cultural studies. It is said the cultural theorist who has received the most attention from commentators and critics. Nevertheless, taken as a whole, Said's work on Palestine constituted the largest proportion of his political writings, although it has received the least attention. Said's work on Palestine embodies the personal and political, and informs the theoretical position of Said the cultural theorist. The question of Palestine was central to Said's thinking and writings and to the way he constructed his own complex and post-colonial identity in exile. Born in pre-1948 West Jerusalem of wealthy Palestinian Protestant parents, Said spent his early life in Egypt being educated at a famous English public school. Said had a BA from Princeton University and an MA and PhD from Harvard. After taking his doctorate in English literature he joined the faculty of Columbia University in 1963, and New York remained his home until his death. In Reflections on Exile Said makes it clear that the fact of his own exile and the fate of the Palestinians informed his social theories and gave both form and intimacy to the theoretical questions he pursued. Said bridged the gap between the underprivileged and the ivory tower. He took up the cause of Palestine in venues that were likely to be closed. To the underprivileged, lecture theaters, the concert stage, highbrow journals, television shows in the West, the numerous occasions honoring him and celebrating his work worldwide. Said, of course, articulated the aspirations of many indigenous and oppressed peoples, and of the disenfranchised and marginalized. But the plight of the Palestinian people, the 1948 Nakba, the dispossession and dislocation of the Palestinians, the exile and refugeedom, overwhelming sense of loss and cultural resistance became a main feature of his political writings. However, although this deep sense of injustice, physical and legal dislocation, and exile is unremitting in Said's writings, it is nevertheless from these dehumanizing experiences that the empowerment and resistance of the Palestinians emerges. Over the past 3 decades, Said the public intellectual played a key role in trying both to empower and to transform the international discourse on Palestine. Issues such as the dispossession of the Palestinians, memory and identity in exile, Palestinian oral history, the right of return *of the Palestine refugees, Zionist responsibility for the ongoing Palestinian catastrophe, the authoritarianism and corruption of the Palestinian Authority and, most recently, the one-state solution, have constituted much of Said's concerns. Said, the Exodus paradigm and the question of Palestine. Prior to 1948, Palestine was overwhelmingly inhabited by Palestinian Arabs, who owned much of the land. The creation of the State of Israel entailed expulsion of the Palestinians and the turning of the majority into refugees. In 1967, Israel occupied the West Bank and Gaza, the last 2 fragments of historic Palestine. To one of Said's favorite themes, which he explores in Orientalism and the Question of Palestine, is the relationship between power and knowledge. In terms of Palestine, the Zionist idea of a Jewish homeland, which saw, eventually, the destruction of Palestine and the establishment of Israel in 1948, was prepared for in advance by the knowledge accumulated by British biblical scholars and theologians, biblical archaeologists, colonial administrators, and experts who had been surveying the area and exploring the Bible lands since the mid-19th century. It was this knowledge that enabled the Zionists to maintain arguments similar to those of the British Imperial Project. Resistance and the Secular Humanist Challenge 281. 282. While historically the Palestine question favored the victor and marginalized the victim, Said injected into the historiographical debate his original thoughts about issues such as representation, power relations, and the production of knowledge, issues very relevant to the writing of history. The historical importance of biblical stories like Exodus for settler colonial histories of Europeans, Americans, and Israeli Zionists was the subject of an extraordinary debate between Edward Said and Michael Walzer, an American Jewish author. The publication of Walzer's Exodus and Revolution in 1985 ignited a controversy which centered on how a religious narrative should be represented. Walzer presented an argument for the Exodus narrative as a paradigm for radical, progressive, and even revolutionary politics. Walzer developed Moses as a leader of a progressive national liberation movement on its way to the Promised Land, and by implication on a mission to establish the ethical relationship of man to God. In a compelling critique of Walzer's book, entitled Michael Walzer's Exodus and Revolution, a Canaanite reading, Said took upon himself the task of reading the biblical narrative with the eyes of the Canaanites. Said was impressed by Walzer's skills as a writer but not by his intellectual integrity or proficiency as a historian, and even less as a fair interpreter of the Israel-Palestine conflict. For Said, Walzer's Exodus Politics, a contemporary reading of the Old Testament story, was a sophisticated obfuscation of reality, a thinly veiled apology for the settler colonial policies of the Israeli state and a historical repetition of the narrative of the conquest of the land of Canaan. Like Said, the North American native author Robert Allen Warrior, a member of the Osage Nation, also found the Exodus paradigm, with its concept of Yahweh the Conqueror, oppressive rather than liberating. He argues that the obvious characters for the Native American people and other indigenous people to identify with in this story are the Canaanites, the indigenous people who already lived in the Promised Land, hence the biblical injunction to exterminate the indigenous inhabitants of Canaan by the Israelites while performing their mission inspired by God. Warrior observes, it is the Canaanite side of the story that has been overlooked by those seeking to articulate theologies of liberation. Especially ignored are those parts of the story that describe Yahweh's command to mercilessly annihilate the indigenous population. Both Warrior and Said are aware of the fact that the biblical stories are not necessarily rooted in reality. They thus make a clear distinction between the Exodus paradigm and the actual historical events in ancient Palestine. Like Warrior, Said argues that the Exodus paradigm demonstrates that there was no biblical Israel without the conquest of Canaan * and the expulsion or inferior status of Canaanites. Said, in his Resistance Canaanite reading * of the Bible, observes. Walzer uses the rhetoric of contemporary liberation movements to highlight certain aspects of the Old Testament history and to mute or minimize others. The most troubling of these is of course the injunction laid on the Jews by God to exterminate their opponents, an injunction that somewhat takes away the aura of progressive national liberation which Walzer is bent upon giving the Exodus. It was Said, more than any other scholar, who gave theoretical underpinnings to the influence of one's own worldliness on understanding a text in its worldliness. Yet Said, the radical secular humanist, never pursued his 1986 exhortation to read the biblical narrative with the eyes of the Canaanites, and for many years he paid less attention to the discourse of biblical studies, although from the mid-1980s onwards he began to highlight the peculiar features of the redemptive Zionist project, with its notions of land redemption, redemptive occupation as the fulfillment of biblically ordained, divine promises. The Zionist restorative project, Said observed, vouchsafes the chosen people with the extremely problematic gift of redemption, elevating them into the status of divine agents, while reducing the unredeemed, displaced indigenous inhabitants of the land, the Palestinians, and putting them outside any moral concern. But Said was criticized by biblical scholar Keith Whitt-Elam, in his work The Invention of Ancient Israel, for neglecting the field of biblical studies. In 1999 Said responded, Whitt-Elam is quite right to criticize my own work on the modern struggle for Palestine for not paying any attention to the discourse of biblical studies. This discourse, he says, was really part of Orientalism, by which Europeans imagined and represented the timeless Orient as they wished to see it, not as it was, or as its natives believed. Thus biblical studies, which created 284. An Israel that was set apart from its environment, and supposedly brought civilization and progress to the region, was reinforced by Zionist ideology and by Europe's interest in the roots of its own past. Yet, he concludes, this discourse has excluded the vast majority of the population of the region. It is a discourse of power which has dispossessed Palestinians of a land and a past. Whitt-Elam's subject is ancient history and how a purposeful political movement could invent a serviceable past which became a crucial aspect of Israel's modern collective memory. When the mayor of Jerusalem a few years ago proclaimed that the city represented 3,000 years of unbroken Jewish dominance, he was mobilizing an invented story for the political purposes of a modern state still trying to dispossess native Palestinians who are now seen only as barely tolerated aliens. For Said, Zionism and its modern and recently invented mobilizing myths have to be studied not in abstract, but mainly from the standpoint of its victims. He was a historian neither by profession nor by inclination. Yet the impact of his historical perspective, which we find not only in the question of Palestine but also in many articles, on the rewriting of the history of Zionism from the perspective of its victims cannot be overestimated. Said's historical perspective on the Palestinian Nakba, combined with the new historiographical picture that has emerged from the archival material of recent years and Palestinian oral history, introduced us to the catastrophe inflicted upon the Palestinians in the 1948 war. Furthermore, Said was never uncritical when it came to the Palestinian leadership and its share in the disaster. It was the failure of the leadership to respond to the effectiveness of Zionism that became one of the main causes of the Palestinian refugee exodus of 1948. In 199a I published a book entitled Expulsion of the Palestinians, The Concept of Transfer in Zionist Political Thought, 1882 Tiga, which is largely based on Hebrew archival material. This was followed by A Land Without a People and the Politics of Denial, Israel and the Palestinian Refugee Problem. The last 2 decades have seen major contributions by other Palestinian authors, some of whose AC counts have been based on the oral history of the Palestinian refugees themselves. However, I think Said was the first to locate the Nakba in a wider perspective. His critical strength was in juxtaposing the Palestinian catastrophe, and all its horrors, with its denial, not only in Israel but also in the West. In many of his works Said exposed the Western media's attempts to sideline, if not altogether eliminate from the public domain, the tragedy of Palestine. While most people opposed the exclusion and injustices of the apartheid regime in South Africa, Said pointed out, there has been a deep reluctance among both liberals and radicals in the West to condemn Zionist ethnic cleansing and the exclusion of the Palestinians under Israeli apartheid policies. This unwillingness Said traced to the views of very influential European thinkers, including George Eliot, who considered Palestine to be essentially empty of inhabitants and the exclusive, rightful homeland of the Jews, completely ignoring the fact the land was already inhabited by other people who also considered it to be their homeland. Three main ideas were shared by European precursors of Zionism, including Eliot, Moses Hess, and later almost every Zionist thinker and ideologue. The non-existent Arab inhabitants, the complementary Western Jewish attitude to an empty territory, and the restorative Zionist project, which would repeat by rebuilding a vanished Jewish state and combine it with modern elements like disciplined, separate colonies, a special agency for land acquisition, etc. Of course, none of these ideas would have any force were it not for the additional fact of their being addressed to, shaped for, and out of an international context. In the question of Palestine Said also documents the manner in which Zionism began as a European conquering ideology and a settler colonial movement seeking to colonize Palestine, not unlike that of European colonial expansion in the 19th century. Zionism has appeared to be an uncompromisingly exclusionary, discriminatory, colonialist praxis. But the colonization of Palestine also differed from other European settler colonial projects. Said thought that a peculiar feature of Zionist colonization was the notion of a redemptive occupation and the fulfillment of God's promise. For Said, Zionism has reduced the inhabitants of Palestine to an aberration that had challenged the supremacist and xenophobic notions of God-given biblical status of the Promised Land. Said, the secular humanist, reflected that messianic, redemptive quality. 286. So foreign to me, so outside me, so unlike anything I have experienced. Reading Said's thoughts about these topics, one can immediately connect his critique with the role of historiography in the Palestine conflict. It was Said who undermined the hegemonic Zionist narrative in both public and academic spheres. This narrative, which has dominated the academic discourse in the West, insists that a people without land arrived in a country without people, modernized it, and made its deserts bloom, while it had to fight for its life against inexplicable barbaric attacks by its Islamic and Arab neighbors. For Said, to write differently and more truthfully about what happened was not merely to practice professional historiography, but was also a political act of redemption and justice. Under the influence of his work, the balance was redressed. The Palestinian narrative, once regarded as sheer propaganda in the West, while the Israeli version was respected as academic and serious, was legitimized, while the founding myths of Israel were demolished and the hegemonic Zionist narrative was itself exposed for its falsity and pretense. No less important was the way Said related directly to the historian's method in discussing the meaning and significance of the historical document. During a two-day conference of Israeli and Palestinian historians in Paris in 1998, Said explained, in a few sentences, to the attentive public, and to the less attentive Israeli historians in particular, what a historical document was. The Israeli historians taking part in the conference expressed their almost religious belief that they were both ideologically and empirically impartial, and declared that the only reliable sources for the reconstruction of the 1948 war were documents in the IDF archives. Said made clear that a report by a soldier from 1948 is as much an interpretation, and quite often manipulation, of the reality as any other human recollection of the same event. It was never the reality itself. By doing so, he pointed us to the vitality and significance of oral history in the reconstruction of the past. The most horrific aspects of the Nakba, the dozens of massacres that accompanied the ethnic cleansing, as well as a detailed description of what ethnic cleansing had been from the point of view of those ethnically cleansed, can only be built when this historiographical approach is adopted. Said subsequently wrote an article on the Paris event in Alarum Weekly Online, entitled New History, Old Ideas, referring to the so-called new Israeli historians taking part in the conference. At that conference, as Han Pap later commented, Said was at his best, partly because he was able to articulate what others felt but were unable to express in a meaningful manner. He wondered aloud how Israeli historians like Morris could relate to the Nakba's real essence, as the most traumatic catastrophe that befell the Palestinian people, without showing even a modicum of solidarity or sympathy with its victims. As he noted, Israeli historians such as Morris and Rabinowitz would never have tolerated such a treatment of the Jewish Holocaust history. As early as 1977, when few Palestinians were prepared to concede that Israeli Jews had claims to Palestine, said, "I don't deny their claims, but their claim always entails Palestinian dispossession." More than any other Palestinian writer, Said qualified his anti-colonial critique of Israel, explaining its complex entanglements and the problematic character of its origins in the persecution of European Jews, and the overwhelming impact of the Zionist idea on the European conscience. The question to be asked, Said wrote in The Politics of Dispossession, is how long can the history of anti-Semitism and the Holocaust in particular be used as a fence to exempt Israel from arguments and sanctions against it for its behavior towards the Palestinians, arguments and sanctions that were used against other repressive governments, such as that of South Africa? How long are we going to deny that the cries of the people of Gaza are directly connected to the policies of the Israeli government and not to the cries of the victims of Nazism? Identity construction and cultural resistance, Israeli apartheid and Palestinian intifadas. Said began to write about the plight of the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine after 1967. His transformation from a university professor of English into a political activist can be traced to the shock of the 1967 war and its aftermath, especially the conquest of the entire area of historic Palestine by 288. Israel. Of course, there is more to the idea of Palestine than the occupied territories. In the 1970s Said, like many Palestinians, did not like the term Palestinian diaspora star. But by the 1990s I found Said was using the term Shadat Falastini quite often. However, for him, there was always a larger Palestine that existed outside historic Palestine, in the Palestinian communities in exile, dispossessed from their homeland. That larger Palestine has been completely marginalized. The post-1967 reality appeared to transform Said's own sense of identity and position within American society. After 1967 the professor of English also discovers that the text is meaningless outside its worldly context. In the post-1967 period, the question of Palestine also forced the cultural theorist to recognize and reconfigure the key role of the Western text within the project of empire, the same empire that created the conditions for his dispossessed people. In many ways, Said's extraordinary life reflected the plight and suffering that have been at the core of the Palestinian experience, and many of his writings beyond literary and cultural criticism were inspired by his Palestinian experience. These include his books The Question of Palestine, After the Last Sky, Blaming the Victims, Spurious Scholarship and The Question of Palestine, The Politics of Dispossession, Peace and Its Discontents, and the memoir of his youth, Out of Place. 3 all remain seminal works, which both personalize and humanize the turbulence of the Palestinians and place them in the wider political context. All seek to document the anguish of the Palestinian predicament. 2 points are worth noting here: Said's unique ability to articulate, in the public sphere, the essence of the Palestine question, and the freshness and relevance of his ideas to the present day. On the question of truth-speaking concerning Palestine-Israel, the Zionist/Orientalist hegemonic narrative of half-truths and downright lies had to be challenged by Said. His first sustained work on Palestine, The Question of Palestine * was first published in 1979. A year earlier, in Orientalism, Said had subjected Western Oriental studies to a devastating critique, exposing the underlying presumptions of the discipline. He concluded that Western biblical studies were part of and an extension of the Orientalist discourse, which has been written without any Oriental/Arab/Muslim reader in view. Said lived most of his life in the United States. For him, the total incapacity of the Palestinians to represent themselves is most pronounced in the United States, where the pro-Israeli lobby is most effective, where the question of Palestine was vigorously suppressed throughout the 1970s, and where the Arab and Muslim are still often portrayed as terrorists. The Israeli Likud prime ministers, Menahem Begin, Yitzhak Shamir, Benjamin Netanyahu and Ariel Sharon, are represented in the American press as statesmen, while the atrocities they have committed against the Palestinians are completely ignored. To oppose Zionist claims, especially after the Holocaust, Said argued in the 1970s, was to be viewed as aligning oneself with anti-Semitism. With the sharp rise of Islamophobia in the West in the wake of 9/11, these observations are even more relevant. In Orientalism, Said argues that, in the post-Holocaust era and especially after the 1973 war and oil crisis, deeply embedded European anti-Semitism began to transfer itself to the racially menacing figure of the Arab. Cartoons depicting an Arab sheik standing behind a gasoline pump turned up consistently. These Arabs, however, were clearly Semitic, their sharply hooked noses, the evil mustachioed leer on their faces, were obviously reminders that Semites were at the bottom of all our troubles, which in this case was principally a gasoline shortage. The transference of a popular anti-Semitic animus from a Jewish to an Arab target was made smoothly, since the figure was essentially the same. In a book edited with Christopher Hitchens, Blaming the Victims, Said demonstrates that in the United States there is an ongoing campaign to suppress the Palestinian question. The suppression is made possible because of the extensive support the United States gives Israel in international forums and in direct aid. Israel is the recipient of more U.S. aid than any foreign state in history. It is estimated that every Israeli citizen today is subsidized by the U.S. at roughly $1.400 per annum. Each member of the Israeli military is underwritten by the U.S. at about $9,750 per year. Along with these munificent sums has gone the equally significant political support, whose symptoms are unswerving solidarity with Israel in any international forum of significance. Blaming the Victims shows how the historical fate of the Palestinians has been justified in spurious academic scholarship by dismissal of their historical rights and claims to a home within the boundaries of historic Palestine, and even denial of their very existence. Said's writings on Palestine, from his early work on Palestinian dispossession, and throughout the 1970s and 1980s, were intended to address the expatriate Arab/Palestinian and Western audience. For nearly 3 decades Said was consumed with the task of documenting a Palestinian presence in the Western consciousness. In The Politics of Dispossession, he writes, "My most specific task was, to make the case for Palestinian presence, to say that there was a Palestinian people and that, like all others, it had a history, a society, and, most important, a right to self-determination. In other words, to try to change the public consciousness in the West in which Palestine had no presence at all." Said's long engagement with Palestine's history and historiography had a very clear agenda. He saw the mutual recognition of Palestinian and Jewish suffering as a precondition for reconciliation. He wished Palestinians and Arabs to desist from denying or dwarfing the Jewish Holocaust and hoped that this would encourage Israeli Jews to cease their Nakba denial. As we shall see below, this secular humanist and progressive approach would lead Said to embrace a new political vision that can only derive from a long-term Palestinian Jewish movement for equality, expressed within a single, secular democratic framework in Palestine-Israel. Out of these conditions of Nakba, dispossession and dislocation, Israeli apartheid and ethnocratic policies, a culture of resistance has arisen among the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine, both within the occupied territories and in exile, a will to defend their legal rights and cultural identity. Said called the First Palestinian Intifada, which began in December 1987, surely one of the great anti-colonial insurrections. 290. Of the modern period. 4 said, the Palestinian First and Second Intifadas essentially embodied not terrorism or violence, but the right to resist an illegal, brutal occupation. Said was highly effective in promoting the idea that the cause of Palestine should serve as a model for Arabs and fair-minded, idealistic people everywhere. 4 said, there was some resonance with South Africa and the relegation of the indigenous inhabitants of South Africa to Bantustans, but still within the boundaries of the country. The Palestinians, on the other hand, have been subjected to ethnic cleansing and banishment both in the occupied territories and in the neighboring Arab countries to which they were driven. This has caused additional pressure from the host countries, which have not been particularly accommodating to the Palestinians. The periodic expulsion of the Palestinians from one or another Arab state has meant insecurity of habitat for the refugees and an ambivalent relationship with the Arab states. This is, said pointed out in the late 1970s, why the Palestinian does not construct his life outside Palestine. He cannot free himself from the scandal of his total exile. All his institutions repeat the fact of his exile. This is manifestly true also for the Palestinian Arabs now subject on the West Bank and in Gaza to Israeli domination and to those who reside in Israel. Every Palestinian achievement is flawed by this paradoxical truth, that any survival outside Palestine is ruined in a sense by its impermanence, its groundlessness, its lack of a specifically Palestinian sovereign will over the future of the Palestinian, despite the extraordinary symbolic successes of the PLO. Said recognized the complexities of Palestinian identity within and outside Palestine, and he took a particular interest in the contested Palestinian identity within Israel. He was also hugely influenced by ideas centered on the construction of Palestinian identity in exile by secular humanist Palestinian intellectuals such as Ibrahim Abu Lughod and the Palestinian national poet Mahmoud Darwish. Abu Lughod, a former professor of political science at Northwestern University in the USA, later returned to Palestine after 40 years of exile and became vice president of Birzeit University on the West Bank. It was Abu Lughod who after 1967 introduced said to the world of national. 292. Liberation struggles and post-colonial politics. Reflecting on 50 years of friendship with Abu Lughod, said wrote an article entitled My Guru, explaining that Orientalism had originated in an essay he had written shortly after 1967, for a special issue of a monthly journal guest edited by Abu Lughod, intended to look at the 1967 war from an Arab perspective. I used the occasion to look at the image of the Arabs in the media, popular literature, and cultural representations going back to the Middle Ages. This was the origin of my book Orientalism, while said and Abu Lughod were external * refugees, constructing their secular and diasporic identity in the West. Darwish was an internally displaced Palestinian, brought up in Galilee as a Palestinian citizen in Israel, before leaving Israel and joining the PLO in exile in Beirut in the 1970s. The Palestinian identity and conditions of exile, said pointed out, were best captured by Darwish in his short poem By Takat Ha'aya, which evokes the peculiar Palestinian predicament of a diasporic and contested identity being created outside Palestine. The short poem, which full of irony, defiance, and even resistance, is governed by the imperative Saj/il, record, Sajal Ana Arabi wa Rakm Ha'ayati Khamsim Alf record. I am an Arab and my identity card is number 50,000. I have 8 children and the 9th is coming in midsummer. Will you be angry? 2 stanzas later, Darwish says. Record. I am an Arab. Without a name, without title. Patient in a country. With people enraged. Asterisk. In a number of his books, said returns time and again to the issues that have become part of his own Palestinianness *, displacement, landlessness, exile, and identity. A key theme explored by said in the politics of dispossession is that the Resistance and the Secular Humanist Challenge *93. History of Palestine has turned the insider into the outsider. This point is illustrated by a photograph of Nazareth taken from a position in what is called Upper Nazareth, an area which did not exist in the time of Arab Palestine. Thus Arab Palestine is seen from the point of view of a new, invented Palestine, and the inside experience of the old Palestine has become the external experience in the photograph. And yet the Palestinians have remained. The politics of dispossession offers a glimpse of the issues that have dominated the construction of Said's own identity. Said argues that the Palestinians cannot reach the interior, which refers to both historical Palestine, controlled by Israel, and privacy, a kind of wall created by the solidarity forged by members of the group. Said is trying to explain that the quest for this inner state is part of the Palestinian experience. It is in this was that after the last sky there is no sky. After the last border there is no land. After the last sky, Said's collaborative book with the great Swiss photographer Jean Moore, is probably Said's most profound reflection on the oppression of the Palestinian people. The book is a passionate and very moving meditation on displacement, landlessness, exile, and identity. It is also an impassioned plea for international recognition of the justice of Palestinian claims and a critique of the brutal occupation and dispossession they have suffered for half a century. Moreover, the book is a mirror for the Palestinians, a critical reflection on their political mistakes, their cultural shortcomings. In this book, Said also recognizes that the exclusion of others is central to the formation of identity. The heart of the Palestinian question is the problem of working out this fraught and disturbing issue of identity. How does one create the defining boundaries of one's identity without demonizing the other? In the 1970s Said, although backing the two-state solution, recognized that the future of the Palestinians is linked inexorably with that of the Israelis. In fact, he was one of the first Palestinians to argue the need for both communities, with their unique historical circumstances and engagements, to come to terms with their realities and recognize that this was the only way to achieve a lasting peace in the region. Said repeatedly called for a radical reassessment of the injustices on both sides of the national. A 94 divide between Israelis and Palestinians. Said sought to dig deep beneath the assumptions and prejudices that have characterized the representation of Palestine in the West and the erasure of the Palestinians from history. The way forward for the Palestinians is to ensure that their reality, national existence, land, and human rights are fully recognized. From liberation to capitulation. The PLO and the Oslo process. Said was an early advocate of the two-state solution, implicitly recognizing Israel's right to exist. This policy was adopted at the historic meeting of the Palestinian National Council in Algiers in 1988. In fact, Said helped to draft the Palestinian Declaration of Independence at that famous meeting. Said was also a speechwriter for Yasser Arafat when he gave his famous Kun and Olive Branch speech to the UN General Assembly in 1974. Indeed, in the 1970s and 1980s Said saw considerable hope and promise in the PLO and, in particular, in the leadership of Mr. Palestine, Yasser Arafat. For Said, the PLO under Arafat came to symbolize freedom, as had the ANC under Nelson Mandela. The PLO, an organization that operated in the difficult circumstances of exile, became the place where all Palestinians could be accommodated, a key achievement of the organization in the 1970s. I myself am greatly impressed with the generous presence in the PLO of values, ideas, open debate, revolutionary initiative, despite the shortcomings of its policies or its leadership, keep the Palestinian cause alive, something greater than provisional organizations or policies. The prominence of the PLO was attributed to the leadership of Arafat, which, Said asserted, approached the problems affecting Palestine with a great deal of clarity and focus on detail. Yet early it became clear that Said was no apologist for Palestinian nationalism, secular or religious. In recent years he consistently criticized suicide bombings as greatly harming the Palestinian cause. In December 2002 he wrote, Do not hesitate now to say again that these efforts are morally repugnant and politically disastrous on all sorts of grounds. Said was an internationalist, not an ardent nationalist. On the contrary, he was a particularly strident critic of much of the ethnic and religious nationalism that seems to pervade the Arab and Muslim worlds. Said sought to deploy universal principles that pointed to the injustices inflicted on his people. It is this commitment to internationalism that made Said an important figure among marginalized and oppressed people the world over. To occupy such a position required sometimes taking a stand against the leadership of the cause that he supported so passionately, including Arafat and the PLO, and the Arab states. In 1989, 4 years before Oslo, Said was highly critical of the PLO, claiming that its representatives were corrupt and incompetent. The critique is one that Said repeated often, claiming that the PLO was wrong in its strategy of working through middlemen rather than focusing on American civil society and on civil rights groups in the West. By the early 1990s Said had become very disenchanted with the PLO leadership and spoke of the despair with which he witnessed them take decisions such as support for Saddam Hussein during the Kuwaiti crisis of 1990-91 and saw the manner in which we had already ceased being a people of liberation. We had accepted the lesser goal of a small degree of independence. Said was elected to the Palestinian National Council, the Palestinian Parliament in exile, in 1977 and remained a highly active member until 1991. But he was an independent intellectual and he avoided taking part in the factional struggles within the PLO, while using his authority to make strategic interventions. It is important to note, however, that Said was not a member of the PLO. The turning point came in 1991 for Said. In the aftermath of the First Gulf War, an American-sponsored Middle East peace process began with a much diminished role for the PLO in the actual negotiations. It was at this stage that Said lost faith in the Palestinian leadership and resigned from the PNC. Said argued for a tougher stand, with stronger guarantees, but found that the PLO was willing to rush to discard principles and strategic goals with equal abandon. Subsequently Said became one of the fiercest critics of the September 1993 Declaration of Principles, which culminated in a degree of Palestinian autonomy in parts of the West Bank and Gaza. In an article in the London Review of Books, Said wrote, "What of this vaunted peace process? What has it achieved and why, if indeed it was a peace process, has the miserable condition of the Palestinians and the loss of life become so much worse than before the Oslo Accords were signed in September 1993? And what does it mean to speak of peace if Israeli troops and settlements are still present in such large numbers?" Again, according to the report on Israeli settlement in the occupied territories, 110,000 Jews lived in illegal settlements in Gaza and the West Bank before Oslo. The number has since increased to 195,000, a figure that doesn't include those Jews who have taken up residence in Arab East Jerusalem. Has the world been deluded, or has the rhetoric of peace been in essence a gigantic fraud? When Arafat was perceived to be abandoning the Palestinian consensus, Said's sharp criticism was directed at him and his close associates, whom he publicly named as complicit in endorsing a Bantustan solution, a truncated, fragmented Palestinian entity that was not what the Palestinian people had struggled for. An independent, viable Palestinian state was not likely to emerge within the framework of Oslo. Said was not only critical of the PLO negotiators, he was also censorious about a certain disposition of passivity among the Palestinians, at home as well as in the diaspora, a disposition which allowed the Palestinian leadership to get away with mafia-like practices. It is important to question why Said had become fiercely critical of the Oslo process, given that he was one of the first advocates of mutual recognition and the two-state solution. Fundamentally, for Said, the Oslo Agreement was a capitulation on the part of the PLO, which had become a policing mechanism for the Israeli state. While Israeli settlements continued to expand, the conditions of the Palestinians in the occupied territories continued to deteriorate. Apartheid Israel had in effect consolidated its hold on the West Bank and Gaza, restricting further control of movements of the Palestinians and legitimizing an oppressive occupation under the illusion of a peace process. It would therefore seem that the PLO has ended an intifada, which embodies not terrorism or violence but the right to resist, even though Israel remains in occupation of the West Bank and Gaza and has yet to admit that it is, in fact, an occupying power. The primary consideration in the document is Israel's security, with none for the Palestinians from Israel's incursions. 396. 4 said, there was also no atonement for past injustices, no remorse for Palestinian losses and dispossession, but an indefinite subjugation of Palestinians in the occupied territories. More crucially, there was no hope for millions of Palestinian refugees in exile. Said's anger and frustration were reflected in his writings from that time onwards, which continued to highlight the Palestinian predicament, to raise questions about all the parties, but above all to adhere to the secular humanist principles and values that had driven him from the beginning. See ridicule of the PLO and its pro-Western sponsors in the region, such as Mubarak's Egypt. Said occupied an ambivalent place in Palestinian politics after his resignation from the PNC. In Peace and Its Discontents, Gaza Jericho 1993-1996 said abandons his traditional Western audience and speaks directly to the Palestinians and the Arabs. A version of this book was originally published in Cairo in November 1994, under the title Gaza Jericho, An American Peace. The essays were originally written on a bi-weekly basis. Ioxal Hayat, the leading Arabic-language daily, edited in London but printed in every Arab capital, and they were also published in Cairo's Al-Aram Weekly. It was no longer the case that Said just needed to highlight the Palestinian cause in the West, rather, it was important to engage with the Palestinian people themselves. In the book's introduction, Said explains that this is the first of my books to have been written from start to finish with an Arab audience in mind. The book documents his sense of outrage and betrayal at the signing of the Oslo Agreement. During the Oslo process, under American pressure, Arafat and the Palestinian leadership eventually amended the PLO charter so as to accept the reality of a Jewish state on 77% of historic Palestine, leaving room for a Palestinian state on the remainder. However, Said quickly realized that in endorsing an ethnocratic Jewish state, based on Israeli demographic racism, the Palestinian leadership was actually moving away from basic universal values of non-discrimination based on religion, ethnicity, or race. Said now also saw that many Western liberals, who had campaigned for the dissolution of the white supremacist regime of South Africa, were becoming slavishly devoted to the two-state solution in order to preserve Jewish ethnocracy in Israel. It is not that Said was opposed to peace and reconciliation between Palestinians and Israelis. Peace was, after all, a cause that he passionately pursued for 3 decades. Rather, he was concerned about a continuing infringement upon Palestinian rights, now sanctioned by the peace process. True reconciliation cannot be imposed, it must be achieved by genuine negotiation, something that did not occur in the case of the Oslo process. 4 said, there had been a Palestinian capitulation that meant that Israel gained recognition and legitimacy without any concessions, without in effect conceding sovereignty over the Arab land, including annexed East Jerusalem, captured illegally by war. 4 said the Oslo process meant the world no longer saw the inherent problems that continued to plague Palestine. The daily hemorrhage of Palestinian lives and property accelerated without respite, while Western media reported horrifically sensational suicide bombings, complete with pictures and names of the victims as well as gut-wrenching details. As for the continued practice of extra-legal assassinations, Israel is allowed to get away with phrases from journalists who use words like alleged or officials say * to cover their own irresponsibility as reporters. The New York Times in particular is now so clotted with such phrases in reporting on the Middle East that it might as well be renamed officials said *. The fact that illegal Israeli practices continue to deliberately bleed the Palestinian civilian population is obscured, hidden from view, though it continues steadily all the time. 65% are unemployment, 50% are poverty, schools, hospitals, universities, businesses under constant military pressure. These are only the outward manifestation of Israeli crimes against humanity. Over 40% of the Palestinian population is malnourished and famine is now a genuine threat. Non-stop curfews, the endless expropriation of land and the building of settlements, the destruction of crops, trees, houses have made life for ordinary Palestinians intolerable. Many are leaving, or as is the case with the inhabitants of Yanun village, must leave because settlers' terror against them, the burning of their houses, and threats against their lives make it impossible to stay. Ethnic cleansing is what this is all about, although Sharon's demonic plan is to do it in tiny daily increments that won't properly be reported and are never seen cumulatively as part of a general pattern. Said was highly critical of the Arabs, the Muslims and, especially, the Palestinians for failing to mobilize their considerable resources to counteract. 298. Israel's behavior in Jerusalem. In the mid-1990s, the Arab League Summit, scheduled as a response to Israel's announced expropriations, had been summarily cancelled. Moreover, despite mountains of evidence proving Israel's bad faith, the Palestinian Authority spinelessly proceeded with its negotiations, while doing absolutely nothing either locally or internationally to mobilize international public opinion against Israel's continued assault on Jerusalem. In the 1993 Declaration of Principles, Jerusalem was split off from the West Bank and Gaza, in effect conceded to Israel from the outset of negotiations. Powerful Israel, with full U.S. backing, could do what it wished with Jerusalem, and the Palestinian leadership was convinced that there was no alternative but to make numerous concessions. Said accused the Palestinian leadership of prior moral capitulation, piling up one concession on another. The Palestinian architect of the Oslo Accords, Abu Mazen, had assured Hanan Ashrawi not to worry about her reservations about the Declaration of Principles. "We shall sign now," he assured her, adding chivalrously, "You can bargain with them to try to get back the things we have conceded." The incompetent PA, said reminded his audience at an international conference on Jerusalem in London in 1995, usually negotiated without consulting Palestinian or international lawyers, with no experience in settling international disputes, and with no real conviction in winning anything. He observed, "The problem of Jerusalem in the peace process today is therefore largely a problem of the incompetence, the insouciance, the unacceptable negligence of the Palestinian leadership, which has in the first instance actually agreed to let Israel do what it wishes in Jerusalem, and in the second instance evinces not the slightest sign that it is capable of comprehending, let alone executing the truly Herculean task that is required before the battle for Jerusalem can really be joined. What could be done?" Said argued that Palestinians needed a new strategy of negotiating and winning the peace that Palestinians desire. This general negotiating strategy should be based on a new vision and a clear statement of purpose to guide their struggle. In the first instance, Israel should not be allowed to subvert the Palestinian Muslim-Christian multicultural reality in Jerusalem. Palestinians should also insist that it was not Israel's 300 right to dispose of Jerusalem to the exclusion of Palestinians and others. Diaspora Palestinians, who constitute the majority of Palestinians in the world, should take the initiative on Jerusalem and on the other occupied territories, and do so in a coordinated fashion. Moreover, speaking of East Jerusalem was not enough, the whole city should be a place of coexistence and sharing between the Palestinians and the Israelis, with joint sovereignty and a cooperative vision. Democratic change must come from below. The role of civil society, said, was always wary of the kind of rule that Arafat instituted. To the end, he remained a thorn in the side of the PA. The most distinguished Palestinian intellectual became the subject of censorship by the representatives of the PA, said remained one of the standard bearers of the liberal conscience in the increasingly illiberal climate of intolerance and corruption surrounding Arafat and his authoritarian regime. The Palestinian leadership, said argued, had made a terrible mistake by paying little attention to Palestinian civil society, to the needs of oppressed people living under brutal Israeli occupation. Assessing Arafat's undemocratic legacy, said wrote in December 2002. It is a lamentable reality that during his 10 years of misrule Arafat actively prevented the creation of a constitution despite all his ridiculous gibberish about Palestinian democracy. His legacy is neither a constitution nor even a basic law, but only a decrepit mafia. Despite the appalling conduct of the PA and despite Sharon's frantic wish to bring an end to Palestinian national life said remained fundamentally an optimist. He was not just a strong believer in Palestinian civil society, but also positive about how incredibly resourceful the Palestinians, as a people, were. Our popular and civil institutions still function under extreme hardship and duress. Somehow teachers teach, nurses nurse, doctors doctor, and so on. These everyday activities have never stopped if only because necessity dictates unstinting effort. Now those institutions and those people who have truly served their society must bring themselves forward and provide a moral and intellectual framework for liberation and democracy, by peaceful means. And with genuine national intent. In this effort Palestinians under occupation and those in the Shi'ite or diaspora have an equal obligation to make the effort. Perhaps this national initiative may provide a democratic example for other Arabs as well. For said, real reforms and democracy must come from below. People in the Middle East must change, democracy cannot be imported or imposed on the Middle East, it was also the prerogative of citizens who can make it and desire to live under it. Writing in December 2002, on the eve of the American-led invasion of Iraq, said complained bitterly about the sorry state of Palestinian and Arab politics. The following quotation is from an article entitled, Real Change Means People Must Change, Immediate Imperative, written by said for Counterpunch is worth quoting at length. The sorry state of Palestinian and Arab politics, its leaders and elites never more corrupt, rarely more injurious to their people as now. Neither collectively nor individually have these people put up any systematic strategy, much less even a systematic protest against Washington's announced plans to redraw the map of the Middle East after the invasion of Iraq. All these regimes can do now seems to be either to market themselves as indispensable to the US or to suppress any sign of dissent in their midst. Representatives who represent only themselves, the absence of any semblance of democracy within, and without, such regimes, these are not reassuring prospects for the future. What is especially noticeable about the general situation is the powerlessness and silence of the overwhelming majority of the people, who suffer their humiliation within an envelope of overall indifference and repression. Everything in the Arab world is done either from above by basically unelected rulers or behind a curtain by undesignated, middlemen. Resources are bartered or sold without accountability, political futures are designed for the convenience of the powerful and their local subcontractors, human compassion and care for the citizens' well-being have few institutions to nurture them. The Palestinian situation embodies all this with startling drama. As the culmination of its 35-year-old military occupation, the Israeli army has spent the last 9 months destroying the rudimentary infrastructure of civilian life on the West Bank and in Gaza. People there, in effect, live in cages, with electrical and concrete fences or Israeli troops to guard and interdict their free movement. Yasser Arafat and his men, who are at least as responsible for the current paralysis and devastation because of what they signed away in Oslo, and for having given legitimacy to the Israeli occupation, seem to be hanging on anyway, even as extraordinary stories of their corruption. 302. And illegally acquired wealth dribble out all over the Israeli, Arab, and international media. It is deeply troubling that many of these men have recently been involved in secret negotiations with the EU, with the CIA, with the Scandinavian countries on the basis of their former credibility as surrogates and servants of Arafat. In the meantime, Mr. Palestine himself continues to issue orders and ludicrous denunciations, all of them either futile or years out of date. He and his henchmen like the sinister Mohammed Rashid continue to employ large sums of money to bribe, to corrupt, and to prolong their rule past all decency. No one seems to be paying attention as the infamous quartet announces a peace conference and reform with one voice on one day, withdrawing the plan the next, while encouraging Israel in its repression on the third day. What could be more preposterous than the call for Palestinian elections, which Mr. Arafat of all people, imprisoned in an Israeli vice, announces, retracts, postpones, and re-announces? Everyone speaks of reform except the very people whose future depends on it, i.e. the citizens of Palestine, who have endured and sacrificed so much even as their impoverishment and misery increases. Isn't it ironic, not to say grotesque, that in the name of that long-suffering people schemes of rule are being hatched everywhere, except by that people itself? Surely the Swedes, the Spanish, the British, the Americans and even the Israelis know that the symbolic key to the future of the Middle East is Palestine, and that is why they do everything within their power to make sure that the Palestinian people are kept as far away from decisions about the future as possible. And this during a heated campaign for war against Iraq, during which numerous Americans, Europeans, and Israelis have openly stated that this is the time to redraw the map of the Middle East and bring in democracy. Democracy cannot be imported or imposed, it is the prerogative of citizens who can make it and desire to live under it. Ever since the end of World War II, the Arab countries have been living in various states of emergency, which has been a license for their rulers to do what they want in the name of security. Even the Palestinians under Oslo had a regime imposed on them that existed first of all to serve Israel's security, and second, to serve itself. It is today imperative that Palestinians take steps to restore the fashioning of their destiny to their own hands. The political stage in Palestine is now divided between two unattractive and unviable alternatives. On one side there is what is left of the Authority and Arafat, on the other the Islamic parties. Neither one nor the other can possibly secure a decent future for the citizens of Palestine. The Authority is so discredited, its failure to build institutions so basic, its corrupt and cynical history so compromised in every way as to render it incapable of being entrusted with the future. Only rogues will pretend otherwise, as some of its security chiefs and prominent negotiators are now pretending. As for the Resistance and the Secular Humanist Challenge 303 Islamic parties, they lead desperate individuals into a negative space of endless religious strife and anti-modern decline. If we speak of Zionism as having failed politically and socially, how can it be acceptable to turn passively to another religion and look there for worldly salvation? Impossible. Human beings make their own history, not God's, or magic or miracles. Purifying the land of aliens, whether it is spoken of by Muslims, Christians, or Jews, is a defilement of human life as it is lived by billions of people who are mixed by race, history, ethnic identity, religion, or nationality. But a large majority of Palestinians and, I think, Israelis, know these things. And its weakened state Palestinian society is being targeted for reform by parties whose real interest is to liquidate Palestine as a political and moral force for years to come. What Sharon and the quartet now propose is an extension of the same unacceptable regime. Idle talk of elections by Arafat and his lieutenants is meant to reassure outsiders that democracy is on the way. Far from it, these people simply want to continue their corrupt and bankrupt ways by any means possible, including outright fraud. The 1996 elections, it should be remembered, were conducted on the basis of the Oslo process, the main aim of which was to continue Israeli occupation under a different title. The Legislative Assembly was in reality powerless before both Arafat's edict and the Israeli veto. As a people under occupation we need a leadership whose main goal is to rid us of Israeli depredations and occupations, and to provide us with an order that can fulfill our needs for honesty, national scope, transparency and direct speech. Arafat has a history of double talk. Said was not a mindless militant intellectual. Fiercely independent, he will always be remembered more for his monumental writings and for his uncompromising approach to the PA than for his ability to organize Palestinian opposition or to establish civil society institutions that would have allowed disaffected Palestinian individuals, within and outside Palestine, to play a more effective role in generating democratic change from below. Abu Mazen and the Road Map to Nowhere. Said, the Oslo process, and the Palestinian leadership's conduct during the process, made the overall situation of the Palestinians a good deal worse. Furthermore, for said, Mahmoud Abbas, the self-styled architect of the Oslo process who later in January 2005 was elected president of the PA, inspired no confidence. Shortly before his death in September 2003, 3 said wrote an article in the London Review of Books sharply critical of both Arafat and Abu Mazen. 10 The latter had just been installed as a new PA Prime Minister and had just met U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell in Ramallah for the purpose of implementing the roadmap *, sponsored by the Quartet, the USA, the UN, the EU, and Russia. Said has this to say about Abu Mazen. I first met him in March 1977 at my first National Council meeting in Cairo. He gave by far the longest speech, in the didactic manner he must have perfected as a secondary school teacher in Qatar, and explained to the assembled Palestinian parliamentarians the differences between Zionism and Zionist dissidents. It was a noteworthy intervention, since most Palestinians in those days had no real notion that Israel was made up not only of fundamentalist Zionists who were anathema to every Arab, but of various kinds of peacenik and activist as well. In retrospect, Abu Mazen's speech launched the PLO's campaign of meetings, most of them secret, between Palestinians and Israelis. These long dialogues in Europe about peace had considerable effect in their respective societies on shaping the constituencies that made Oslo possible. During the PLO's Beirut years, between 1971 and 1998, Abu Mazen was stationed in Damascus, but then joined the exiled Arafat and his staff in Lyoness for the next decade or so. Said writes, I saw him there several times and was struck by his well-organized office, his quiet bureaucratic manner and his evident interest in Europe and the United States as arenas where Palestinians could do useful work promoting peace. After the Madrid conference in 1991, he was said to have brought together PLO employees and independent intellectuals in Europe and formed them into teams, to prepare negotiating files on subjects such as water, refugees, demography, and boundaries in advance of what were to become the secret Oslo meetings, although to the best of my knowledge, none of the files was used, none of the Palestinian experts was directly involved in the talks, and none of the results of this research influenced the final documents that emerged. Throughout 2003 the Quartet were calling for the implementation of the roadmap, a peace plan which gave the PA leaders, and Abu Mazen in particular, another lease of political life. Phase 1 of the plan was supposed to be realized by the restructuring of the PA, the elimination of all violence and incitement against Israelis, and the installation of a Palestinian government that met the requirements of Israel. Israel for its part undertook to improve the humanitarian situation in the occupied territories by easing restrictions and lifting curfews. The plan had nothing to say about removing the over 400,000 illegal Jewish settlers in the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem. Phase 2, described as a transition, was focused on the option of creating an independent Palestinian state with provisional borders and attributes of sovereignty. Phase 3 was to end the conflict completely, also by way of an international conference whose job would be to settle the thorny issues, refugees, settlements, Jerusalem, borders. The real onus, said wrote, was placed on the Palestinians, who must stop violence while the military occupation remained in place. The misleading symmetry of the plan's structure left Israel in charge of the WHOLE process, while Palestinian human rights remained suppressed. 12 said pointed out one key serious omission from the roadmap, the gigantic apartheid wall, being built in the West Bank by Israel, 347 kilometers of concrete running north to south, of which 120 kilometers had already been erected. It is 8 meters high and 2 meters thick, its cost was put at $1.6 million per kilometer. The wall does not simply divide Israel from a hypothetical Palestinian state on the basis of the 1967 borders, it actually takes in new tracts of Palestinian land, sometimes 5 or 6 kilometers at a stretch. It is surrounded by trenches, electrified wire and moats, there are watchtowers at regular intervals. Almost a decade after the end of South African apartheid, This racist wall is going up with scarcely a protest from most Israelis, or from their American allies who will pay for it. It is estimated that when the wall is completed, almost 300,000 Palestinians will be separated from their land. In effect, the road map would reduce the envisaged Palestinian state to roughly 40% of the West Bank. The road map, Said powerfully argued, was in essence a plan for pacification. It was about putting an end to Palestine as a problem. The way Palestinians were expected to behave: no violence, no protest, more democracy, better leaders and institutions. All this was based on the notion that the underlying problem has been the ferocity of Palestinian intifada and resistance, rather than the occupation and settlement activities that had given rise to it. Of course, not a word was said about what Palestinians had endured at the hands of Israel since 1948. Not a single word was said in the road map about the Israeli policy of targeted assassinations, the resistance and the secular humanist challenge. 305. 306 closures since 1993, the wholesale destruction of Palestinian infrastructure and property, and the large number of deaths and maimings. 13. Beyond Zionist ethnocracy and Palestinian religious nationalism, the secular democratic vision. The search for an alternative to the deeply flawed Oslo process, anchored in universal human rights and international law, which would also uphold the Palestinian right of return and self-determination, led Said to the one-state solution, a secular democratic state based on post-apartheid South Africa, and on equality for every single human being in Palestine, Israel, and justice. One democratic state based on non-discrimination with equal rights for Palestinians, Israelis, Jews, Muslims, Christians, and atheists is closer to the values of the liberal democracies than a state created specifically for one ethnicity, namely the Jewish one, whose laws uphold the superior rights of one ethnicity/race/religion over that of another, including the Palestinian citizens of Israel, who constitute 1/5 of the total population of Israel. The one-state solution became the motto of Said's struggle in his final years, a joint Palestinian-Israeli struggle. Said's rethinking of the Palestine question was an indictment of the narrow brand of ethnic nationalism that seemed either unwilling or incapable of re-examining the foundational myths and mistakes of the past. For Said, Zionist settler colonialism in the West Bank, Israel's ethnocratic regime, and, more recently, Israel's apartheid wall at the heart of Palestine have all brought about the death of the two-state solution. This also means that the architects of the Oslo Accord had inadvertently set the stage for a single non-sectarian state in historic Palestine. Such a vision was based on Said's unique concept of identity, which reflected his universalist, non-ethnic, non-sectarian perspective. Call it a binational solution or a federal system, the common denominators are still equal rights, equal citizenship, religious plurality, and coexistence between Israeli Jews and Palestinians. Said was not politically naive. Such a vision can only derive from a long-term, joint Arab-Jewish struggle for equality, expressed within a single, secular democratic framework. For Said, secular and liberal binationalism was not only desirable, but also the only realistic way for Palestine's real. In his last decade, Said was the principal voice for a pluralist coexistence in historic Palestine. His rethinking of the Palestine question in secular humanist and universalist terms, extending far beyond the Palestine issue, to touch wide and diverse audiences, is the key to understanding his extraordinary and enduring legacy. Said passionately believed that only by a fundamental critique of the Zionist project in historic Palestine, and only when the Palestinians themselves managed to rediscover, rethink, reform and reconstruct their democratic secular polity and transform it from an empty slogan into a viable program for the present realities in Palestine's real, could the hope for real peace be rekindled. Also crucially, for Said, the clear shift in Palestinian politics from secular to religious nationalism, as reflected in the rise in the occupied territories of the Islamic movement Hamas, was not the way forward. For him, there was a political alternative to the religious nationalism of Hamas and the authoritarianism of Fatah and the PA. He enthusiastically endorsed the new Palestinian National Initiative, which was announced in the occupied territories in June 2002, whose leading figure is Mustafa Barghouti. Barghouti is a Moscow-trained doctor whose main work has been as director of the impressive village medical relief committees, which have brought health care to more than 100,000 rural Palestinians. Other leaders of the al-Mubaydara were independent-minded figures such as Hyder Abdel Shafi and Rawia al-Shawa. The latter ran in the Palestinian presidential election in January 2004. The al-Mubaydara advocates the idea of a national unified authority, elected to serve the people and its need for liberation, for democratic freedoms, and for public debate and accountability. Al-Mubaydara, however, unlike Said, continues to advocate a two-state solution. To summarize what Said wrote about his new vision for Palestine. This vision has to be based on liberation from, rather than cooperation with, the Israeli occupation. Throughout the post-Oslo period, Said argued for liberation and not a readjustment of the occupation to suit ruling elites, Palestinian VIPs, and the Israeli occupation. Resistance and the Secular Humanist Challenge 307. 3-8 The society created must be representative of a broad base in civil society and therefore include no military or security people and no hangers-on in Ramallah. The values of responsible, modern citizenship are central to any new vision of Palestine. The old ways are over and should be buried as expeditiously as possible. Said thought that it was crucial that the Palestinian people be led now by modern, well-educated people for whom the values of citizenship are central to their vision. Above all, Said believed that real change can only come about from below, when people actively will that change, make it possible themselves. That change among the Palestinians must be brought about by peaceful means and nonviolent resistance. In Palestine it should be possible to have elections now, not to reinstall the henchmen of the PA but to choose delegates for a constitutional and truly representative assembly. Said remained committed to demanding the right to narrate the story of Palestine, to articulate the story of loss, dispossession, exile, and homelessness. The loss entailed by this condition, however, resulted in a very strident empowerment. Said, who became one of the most celebrated exiles, gave his people and their predicament a voice, against all odds. Any retrospective review of Said's personal and intellectual impact should continue along the two paths he opened up, the Palestinian and the wider international, and that nourished each other in his life and work. Said's involvement in the Palestine issue and his presence in the more general debates around culture and power were invaluable. His secular humanism and his insights into Palestine reality will live on. His work on Palestine embodied the personal and political and informed his theoretical position, one where the secular, humanist intellectual is rooted firmly within worldliness, albeit a constantly shifting world where rigid borders had little meaning for one who remained an exile. Said's role as spokesperson for Palestine involved many shifts, turns and complexities. Always avoiding the politics of factionalism and refusing to follow any party line, he was determined to speak truth to power, no matter who held it. Of course, Said was not a spokesperson for Palestine in the usual sense, he was not a mouthpiece for those in power. While by his own account his commitment was rooted in the values of humanism, for some commentators his status was seemingly closer to that of prophet. Conference audiences tended to view his performances with a reverence usually only observed in liturgical settings. W.J.T. Mitchell, editor of Critical Inquiry and for many years a personal friend of Said, argued that Said was indeed a spokesperson in the way the Hebrew Bible prophets spoke for and to Israelites. A chiding, challenging voice, sometimes in the wilderness, sometimes in the opera house or symphony hall, sometimes at the movies or in the preface to a book of poems or a graphic documentary, and sometimes in the academic lecture theater, always speaking the unwelcome truth to power. Said, true to his public commitment as a fearless public intellectual, continued to stir debate, strive for open discussion, ask awkward questions. It was this commitment that drove him and allowed him to envision a different future for Palestine-Israel, one based on mutual recognition and the end of the subjugation of the Palestinian people. His views on Zionism and the Palestinians remained remarkably consistent. although acutely aware in his last decade that he had a terminal illness, said remained an optimist, against all odds. He never gave up the struggle to relocate the Palestinian refugee issue at the heart of the public and global agenda. He consistently stressed the need to work tirelessly to change American public opinion on Palestine. Meanwhile, he was encouraged by what he recognized as a significant change in European public opinion. In his memoir, Said tells us that he felt out of place for much of his life in exile. He remained unfulfilled and unsettled. Nevertheless, he created an intellectual world not just for himself but also for us, one to which we can all belong. Resistance and the Secular Humanist Challenge 309. Epilogue. The extraordinary influence of the Hebrew Bible in the largely secular West, where an inherited Christian tradition supports the notion that Palestine has always been somehow the land of Israel, has led to the Bible's deployment in favor of Zionism and settler colonialism in Palestine. Therefore, the debate about ancient Israel and modern archaeology is also a debate about Zionism and the State of Israel, most crucially because in the eyes of many people in the West the legitimacy of Zionism depends on the credibility of the biblical portrait. The inevitable outcome of the obsession with the Hebrew Bible in the West, an obsession illustrated by description of the land as biblical and by an exclusive interest in a small section of the history of the land, has resulted in a focus on the Israelite identity of a land that has actually been non-Jewish in terms of its indigenous population for the larger part of its recorded history. No wonder, therefore, that biblical scholarship has, by and large, been essentially Zionist and has participated in the deletion of Palestinian identity and culture, as if over 1,400 years of Muslim occupation of this land has meant nothing. The biblical academia in Israel and the West has been deeply complicit in Israeli occupation and its apartheid policies on several counts, including its view of indigenous Palestinians as trespassers or resident aliens in someone else's territory, and its obsess Zion with a short period of ancient history. Thus it participates in a kind of retrospective Western colonizing of the past and provides a moral justification for what amounts to ethnic cleansing and apartheid policies in Palestine. In his seminal work The Invention of Ancient Israel, The Silencing of Palestinian History, Whitlam links the problems of the modern biblical discipline to the Palestine-Israel conflict and examines the political implications of the terminology of biblical scholarship chosen to represent this area. He has shown how the naming of the land implied control and possession, how the religious term the land of Israel and Palestine have been invested with, or divested of, meaning in both Western and Israeli scholarship. Despite the fact that Western biblical scholarship has continually employed the term the land of Israel, Whitlam argues, the term has been emptied of any real meaning. Palestine has no intrinsic meaning of its own, no history of its own, but provides a background for the history of Israel. Commensurate with this lack of history is the absence of the inhabitants of the land. The history of Palestine and its inhabitants in general is subsumed and silenced by the concern with, and the search for, ancient Israel. Whitlam also subjects the biblical paradigm of promised land chosen people, and the biblical academy as a whole, to a devastating critique and exposes the underlying presumptions of the discipline. Inspired by the work of Edward W. Said, Whitlam concludes that biblical studies have been part of and an extension of the Orientalist discourse in the West, which has been written without any Oriental subject in view. For Said, in this Orientalist discourse the indigenous cultures of Palestine were presented as incapable of unified action and national consciousness. Whitlam further develops Said's arguments, showing that the history of ancient Palestine has been ignored and silenced by the discourse of biblical studies, which has its own agenda. Western scholarship has invented ancient Israel and silenced Palestinian history. Ancient Palestine, Whitlam insists, has a history of its own, and needs to be freed from the grasp of biblical studies. The problem of Palestinian history has remained unspoken within biblical studies, silenced by the invention of ancient Israel in the image of the European nation-state. Only after we have exposed the implications of this 311 invention will Palestinian history be freed from the constraints of biblical studies and the discourse that has shaped it. Whitlam, whose argument confirms the conclusions of other critical biblical scholars that for ancient Israel is an ideological construct based upon a misreading of the biblical traditions and divorced from historical reality. He observes that the practice of representative biblical works on the ancient history of Palestine the refer to the geographical region as Palestine but never refer to its inhabitants as Palestinians is a denial and silencing of Palestinian history. We are continually presented with images of a land in which its inhabitants are anonymous or non-existent. The history of Palestine effectively only begins with the history of Israel and becomes coterminous with it. Biblical studies is, therefore, implicated in an act of dispossession which has its modern political counterpart in the Zionist possession of the land and dispossession of its Palestinian inhabitants. The silencing of indigenous Palestinians in biblical historiography is matched by the attitudes within mainstream biblical archaeology, one which views Palestine only in its capacity to illustrate biblical history, thus providing justification for modern Zionist myths and chauvinist claims to the land of Palestine. Whit Elam further explains, "What we have in biblical scholarship from its inception to the present day is the presentation of a land, Palestine *, without inhabitants, or at the most simply temporary, ephemeral inhabitants, awaiting a people without a land." This has been reinforced by a reading of the biblical traditions and archaeological findings, interpreted on the basis of a prior understanding of a reading of the Bible, which helps to confirm this understanding. The foundation of the modern state has dominated scholarship to such an extent that the retrojection of the nation-state into antiquity has provided the vital continuity which helps to justify and legitimize both. The effect has been to deny any continuity or legitimacy to Palestinian history. Europe has retrojected the nation-state into antiquity in order to discover its own roots while at the same time giving birth to the Zionist movement which established a civilized state in the alien Orient, thereby helping to confirm this continuity in culture and civilization. The irony of this situation is that for the past there is a Palestine but no Palestinians, yet for the present there are Palestinians but no Palestine. In the scholarship of the past and in the reality of the present, Palestine has become the land of Israel and the history of Israel is the only legitimate subject of study. All else is subsumed in providing background and understanding for the history of ancient Israel, which has continuity with the present state and provides the roots and impulse of European civilization. Israel continues to impose, with the support of the U.S. administration, its South African-style apartheid system on the Palestinians, thus preempting any possibility of a viable Palestinian state in the future. The conviction by Zionist Israelis and their American Christian allies that God and the Bible have given the Jews the promised land exclusively and in perpetuity is one of the underpinnings of the Israeli apartheid system in Palestine. Trading on biblical myths, the same ethnocentric ideology led to the 1948 Palestinian catastrophe and the exile today of millions of Palestinian refugees. The outcome of the 1948 ethnic cleansing of Palestine left Israel in control of over 5 million acres of Palestinian land. After 1948, the Israeli state took over the land of the Palestinian refugees, who were barred from returning, while the remaining Palestinian minority was subjected to apartheid-style laws and regulations that effectively deprived it too of most of its land. The entire drive to take over Palestinian land was conducted according to strict legality. Between 1948 and the early 1990s, the Israeli Knesset enacted some 30 statutes that transferred land from private Arab to state ownership. Israel has denied the right of the Palestinian refugees to return to their ancestral towns and villages, in violation of international law and all UN resolutions on this issue. Subsequent policies adopted by the State of Israel, demographic, legal, and political, have aimed at consolidating a Jewish ethnocracy, an apartheid regime whose land and settlement policies derive from mythologies, biblical claims and modern invented traditions. With the Zionist construction of Israel as a racial state, Israel has positioned itself above the morality of international law, while continuing to evoke international and biblical morality in its defense. Point 2 All the evidence shows that the State of Israel was founded upon the ethnic cleansing of the indigenous Palestinians. Yet since 1948 Israel has practiced the politics of denial. The Israeli establishment has done everything in its power to quash the early buds of Israeli self-awareness and recognition of Israel's role in the Palestinian catastrophe. Official Israeli spokespersons and Israeli academia have continued to erase the Palestinian Nakba as a historical event. Holocaust denial is abhorrent. In some European countries it is a crime. Israel's denial of responsibility for the Palestinian Nakba is also abhorrent. The question of moral responsibility for the 1948 Palestinian catastrophe has, of course, major ramifications for the refugee question, giving rise to issues of compensation, restitution of property and the right of return. The Palestinian refugee problem has remained at the center of the Arab-Israeli conflict since 1948. It was mainly the refugees themselves who opposed schemes to resettle them in Arab countries. In general, Palestinians and Arabs refused to discuss an overall solution to the Arab-Israeli conflict before Israel declared that it accepted the repatriation of refugees, in accordance with UN General Assembly Resolution 194 of December 1948. The resolution states that the refugees wishing to return to their homes and live at peace with their neighbors should be permitted to do so at the earliest practicable date. A comprehensive and durable settlement of the conflict will depend on addressing the refugee problem seriously. For over 5 decades, the right of return has been central to the Palestinians' struggle against dispossession and expulsion from their ancestral homeland and to their struggle for national reconstitution. Only by understanding the central ity of the Nakba that befell the Palestinian people in 1948 is it possible to understand their sense of the right of return. The wrong done to the Palestinians can only be righted through an acknowledgement of their right to return to their homeland and, should they choose, their right to restitution of property. The conviction held by Zionists that God and the Bible have given the Jews Palestine in perpetuity also underpins the definition of the state as a state of the entire Jewish nation and not merely of its citizens, granting automatic citizenship to any Jew wishing to immigrate by dint of the racially discriminating law of return, while opposing the right of return for Palestinians made refugees by the establishment of Israel in 1948 and by subsequent expulsions following the 1967 war and the occupation of Palestinian territories. Furthermore, the State of Israel, through the offices of the Jewish National Fund, has designated 95% of the state territory American Samoa state lands held in perpetuity for the Jewish people, and has enacted laws that differentiate between Jew and non-Jew, making it illegal for non-Jews to lease state lands. Between 1948 and 1973, the Jewish Agency established 594 Jewish settlements and not one Arab settlement. 1 State demographic racism towards the 1 million Palestinian Israeli citizens is discussed extensively in My Land Without a People. Citing demographic anxiety, according to which Jews might become a minority by 2020, the Israeli state continues to enact racial laws based on Jewish belonging, Judaism here conceptualized not merely as religion, but also as nationality and ethnicity, to preserve Jewish demographic superiority. Recent examples are the Citizenship and Entry Act, which prohibits non-Jewish spouses of Israeli-Palestinian citizens, who constitute 1/5 of the total population of Israel, to enter the state, and the proposal to deport hundreds of Israel-born children of migrant workers. 4 Israel continues to speak of Judea and Samaria as parts of biblical Israel, referring to an expanded nation with biblically sanctioned borders, and continues to consolidate Jewish-only settlement blocks and construct its annexation wall in the West Bank. With complete disregard for the land's actual inhabitants, successive Israeli governments have insisted on calling the occupied territories of the West Bank by their biblical names, claiming biblical rights to lands confiscated from Palestinians. The claim that the occupation of the West Bank derives from biblical rights continues to provide moral legitimacy for Israeli colonization policies and the oppression of the Palestinians. Furthermore, the deployment of the Old Testament with the aim of driving Palestinians out of Jerusalem and the continuing threats to the Muslim shrines in the city is another disturbing feature of current Israeli policies. Prime Minister Ehud Olmert was obsessed during his mayorship of Jerusalem between 1993 and 2003 with Judaization policies in Arab East Jerusalem. While announcing his new government on May 5, 2006, he pledged to redraw the country's borders and make the main Jewish colonies in the West Bank part of expanded Israel permanently, lipically affirming a belief among Israelis that they have a legitimate claim to biblical territory beyond the River Jordan. He said, "I believe with all my heart in the people of Israel's eternal historic right to the entire land of Israel, one while millions of Palestinians outside the occupied territories, particularly in the refugee camps, have a sense of having been abandoned by the Palestinian leadership." The 3I6 continuing Palestinian catastrophe is illustrated by Israel's ongoing racist demographic battle with the Palestinians, a battle for maximum land and minimum Arabs. As Jeff Halper, coordinator of the Israeli Committee Against House Demolitions, shows, the Israeli realignment plan unveiled by Olmert at his speech to a joint session of the U.S. Congress on 6 May 2006 was based on the creation of massive facts on the ground. The Israeli separation wall, like the South African apartheid system, is based on concepts of racial segregation. The apartheid wall, with its tortuous route deep into West Bank territory, will be declared Israel's demographic border with the Palestinians, taking 10% of the West Bank, adding 100 more stories of Palestinian land lost to the occupation's brutal history. The Israeli plans sandwich the Palestinians between the separation wall and yet another security border, the Jordan Valley, giving Israel two eastern borders. In addition, Israel plans to incorporate the major settlement blocks, thus carving the West Bank into a number of small, disconnected, impoverished cantons, which are not the basis for a viable Palestinian state. More crucially, Israeli colonization plans remove from the Palestinians their richest agricultural land and all their water. The Israeli plans also create a greater Israeli Jerusalem over the entire central portion of the West Bank, thus cutting the economic, cultural, religious, and historic heart out of any future Palestinian state. Israel plans also to retain control of Palestinian airspace, the electromagnetic sphere, and even the right of a Palestinian state to conduct its own foreign policy. In the summer of 2006, the American-Israeli axis of imperialism, backed by the British government of Tony Blair, launched Israel's devastating assault on Gaza and Lebanon, leading to the death of hundreds of Palestinian and Lebanese civilians. While the rest of the world looked on, and much of the Western media was preoccupied with the dismantling of the infrastructure of terrorism of Hezbollah and Hamas, Israel, which has in fact killed 4 times more civilians than the Palestinian 7, has used its untrammeled force to break Arab and Muslim will and drag the whole region back to the days of direct Western colonialism. Contrary to claims made by the Israeli Hasbara machine, claims often uncritically rehashed by the BBC and other Western media outlets, virtually no element of the 4-decade Israeli occupation, the expropriation of most West Bank land, the establishment of some 300 settlements, the demolition of 12,000 Palestinian homes, the uprooting of 1 million olive and fruit trees, the construction of a massive system of highways to link the settlements into Israel proper, can be explained by security. As Jeff Halper writes, every single element of Israel's occupation is patently illegal: settlements and the construction of a massive system of Israel-only highways that link the West Bank settlements to Israel proper, the extension of Israel's legal and planning system into occupied Palestinian areas, the plunder of Palestinian water and other resources for Israeli use, house demolitions and the expropriation of Palestinian lands, the intentional impoverishment of the local population, military attacks on civilian populations, to name but a few. Even when Israel's construction of the separation barrier was ruled illegal by the International Court of Justice in The Hague and its ruling ratified by the General Assembly, nothing was done to stop it. Nonetheless, there are promising developments. With the rise of new historiography in Israel-Palestine in the last 3 decades, 2 exciting scholarly developments have also emerged: biblical minimalism and the new archaeology of the Holy Land. Both developments have combined to produce an academic revolution in biblical studies. Minimalism has emerged as an identifiable method of scholarship within biblical studies, showing that the Bible's language is not a historical language. The minimalist approach, which arose out of the need for scholars to account for the huge discrepancies between the biblical texts and the discoveries of archaeologists, effectively exposed the problems of confusing biblical stories and legends with historical evidence, the difficulties resulting from the ways in which the authors of the Hebrew Bible talk about the past, and the use of myths of origin and the dangers of confusing them with notions of history. Using archaeology for the purpose of reconstructing the ancient history of Palestine, the minimalists propose treating the biblical literature purely as a story rather than as historiographical literature which can shed real light on the actual history of ancient Palestine. The findings of the new archaeology of Israel-Palestine and of the post-colonial biblical scholarship contribute to the debate about the historicity. 3:8 of the Hebrew Bible and reveal the mythological origins of the biblical paradigm. They also expose the underlying premises of a discourse which mobilizes Old Testament mythologies for a settler colonial enterprise and an apartheid system in Palestine. Of course, the shaping and construction of the modern identities of Israelis and Palestinians should not be couched in primordialist or mythological terms, rooted either in mythological Old Testament history, in the case of Zionist Israelis, or in mythologized Canaanite roots, in the discourse of some secular Palestinian nationalists. As Edward said shows, the discourse on contemporary identities in Palestine-Israel should be shaped not by historical legends and mythologized nationalist historiographies but by humanist and progressive approaches derived from a joint Palestinian-Jewish struggle against the discredited colonial legacy of Zionism and for equality and democracy in Palestine-Israel. Both Edward Said and Michael Pryor were formidable critics of Zionism. They passionately believed that only by a fundamental critique of the Zionist project in historic Palestine and only when the Palestinians themselves managed to rediscover, rethink, reform and reconstruct their democratic secular polity and transform it from an empty slogan into a viable program for the present realities in Palestine-Israel, could the hope for real peace be rekindled. Pryor, like his hero said, was the epitome of the scholar activist and a fearless intellectual. His extraordinary knowledge and his unique style are evident throughout his extensive writings. As a co-founder and co-editor of Holy Land Studies, a multidisciplinary journal *, I learned a great deal from Pryor's editorial skills. Yet I will always treasure most his passionate commitment to the dispossessed, oppressed, and disenfranchised, and his moral courage in challenging both the Zionist misuse of ancient history and the deployment of the biblical narrative in support of settler colonialism. Pryor's work reflected his desire for a just resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian dispute. His dedication to truth-telling was a major challenge to the field of biblical scholarship. His tenacious message will continue to reverberate until justice for the Palestinians is done and peace and reconciliation in Palestine-Israel are achieved. Pryor has shown that the religio-political discourse of the Islamic movement Hamas is wedded to the biblical paradigm and its legends. Hamas, currently in government, has clearly accepted the concept of the two-state solution. However, its national religious rhetoric has little to offer beyond grandiloquence and the anestheticing rhetoric * of a religious solution for a national secular situation. In a similar vein, said the clear shift in Palestinian politics from secular to religious nationalism, as reflected in the rise in the occupied territories of Hamas, was not the way forward. For him, as we have seen, there was a political alternative to the religious nationalism of Hamas and the authoritarianism of Fatah and the PA, a new secular democratic vision for Palestine-Israel based on liberation from, rather than cooperation with, the Israeli occupation. Said and Pryor were right to argue that religion in Palestine-Israel has to be separated from the state and the national goals of both peoples. Palestinians and Israelis must become inclusive. While the biblical discourse of promised land and of the displacement by one people of the indigenous population is particularly objectionable, the only obvious alternative is to envisage the creation of a democratic framework which respects the right of equal citizenship of all inhabitants of Palestine-Israel, irrespective of religious affiliation. The obstacle to such a program, of course, is the Zionist principle of racial and ethnic separation. To achieve a unified state, with equality of rights for all citizens, the basic intentions of Zionism would have to be re-evaluated, and its essentially discriminatory, complex base and structure would have to be dismantled. A federation of two states, with permeable borders, and a wide range of collaboration is the preferred option, and could serve as an intermediate stage to a unified state. Perhaps the dismantling of apartheid South Africa and the movement towards an agreed settlement in Northern Ireland encourage one to believe that such a future might be possible. In any case, some anti-apartheid solution must be devised which will accommodate both Israeli Jews and Palestinian Arabs. The challenge for all national and religious communities in the Holy Land, as well as for religious politics in Jerusalem, is to develop a pluralistic, secular democratic and humanist mode of existence based on equality for all the citizens of Israel-Palestine and the recognition of shared principles, values and interests amid acknowledged religious and political differences. The project of the decolonization of Palestine formed the grounding premise of Said's work. For him, almost every category of Jewish experience, homelessness, dispossession and displacement, applied to the Palestinian case. Elon Papp, who argues that Said's works have had a great deal of impact on the evolution of post-Zionism in Israel in the 1990s, has this to say in his tribute to Edward Said. In more concrete terms, we needed a clear articulation of an agenda that was based on principles of universal human rights, and that rejected the set of ideals that accompanied us from the cradle, ideas that were deeply rooted in colonialism and nationalist fanaticism. This is where Edward Said appeared in our life, like a lighthouse navigating us away from the rocks of murkiness and confusion arising from growing up in a Zionist state, onto a safe harbor of reason, morality, and consciousness. Said argued that the Palestinians need a clear statement of purpose and principle to guide their way, and this demanded the rethinking of their general strategy of negotiation with Israel. In the first place, they must insist that it was not Israel's right to dispose of Jerusalem to the exclusion of Palestinians and others, and that the massive Palestinian Muslim-Christian multicultural reality in Jerusalem should not be subverted by Israel. The whole city should be a place of coexistence and sharing between the Palestinians and the Israelis, with joint sovereignty and a cooperative vision. Moreover, it would not be sufficient for the Palestinians merely to lament their Nakba and facts of dispossession. For Said, facts never speak for themselves, but must be articulated, disseminated, reiterated, and recirculated. Diaspora Palestinians, who constitute the majority of Palestinians in the world, must therefore take the initiative on Jerusalem and on all the other occupied territories, and do so in a coordinated fashion. Not that Said was arguing against peace. But real peace was possible only between equals, who together decide consciously and deliberately to share the land among each other decently and humanely. Israel, in his opinion, had used the peace process as a subterfuge, only to go on holding the land as if it were its sole proprietor, with concessions to Bantustan-like separation and cantonization for the lesser race of human beings. Palestinians, on their part, had accepted Israel as a sovereign state entitled to peace and security. Was it the Palestinian destiny merely to capitulate and accept the dictates of the strong? Surely not. Rather, the Palestinians must redefine their goals, recognize that they are realizable, and work for them. And since the Palestinian Authority was incapable of doing so, the challenge should be taken up by the Palestinian diaspora, strategically organized, and working in collaboration with other constituencies, the gigantic Islamic and Arab constituency, the Western and Christian constituencies, and others scarcely considered hitherto. Said's engagement with Palestine's history was guided by a clear and constructive agenda. He wanted Palestinians and Arabs to stop denying or downplaying the Jewish Holocaust, and hoped that this would encourage Israeli Jews in turn to cease their Nakba denial and lead them to acknowledge the evils they had inflicted on the Palestinians. Said remained to the end a great believer in history, not as a force that enslaves the present, but as one that liberates it, for the sake of a better future. Said's secular democratic vision is the only alternative to Redemptionist Zionism, both secular and religious. Such a vision, which is based on a joint Palestinian-Jewish struggle for equality and universal human rights, is the only realistic way forward for Palestine-Israel.